Good evening. Good evening. I'd like to call this Radford City Schools School Board meeting on May 10th, 2023 to order. Before our moment of silence, I'd like to make a comment about one of our own Bobcats that we lost this past week. Although I did not have the privilege of knowing Leah Patterson personally, her light touched so many in this community and beyond. Those who knew her know that she was a free spirit who lived her life to the fullest, who shared her joy with the world. She will be missed beyond measure. To everyone in the RCPS family, I ask that you hold the Patterson family in your hearts and in your prayers during this most difficult time. Can we please have a moment of silence? Will you all join me to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Ms. Boyd, would you like to lead us?
Sure. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Has everyone had a chance to review the agenda? Yes. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I so move that we approve the agenda.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion approved. Recognitions.
We have a slew of those tonight. Thank you, Madam Chair. If I could ask Coach Cormany and Elijah and Gavin to come in first, that would be wonderful. It's honestly the first time I've ever felt small.
Just keep going, dude.
Both of them. It's like a weed. What are y'all eating?
Everything that's not nailed down.
As you all know, Radford High School boys basketball is just a tradition of excellence. Not only wins, but what they teach their student athletes as far as sportsmanship and teamwork and things of that nature. This year we had another outstanding year. 40-some and 3. Is that right?
I don't know.
I know only 3 losses, and then ended up with a very superb showing in the state finals in Richmond against a very good John Marshall High School team. And I was very, very proud of these boys for the way they handled themselves and the way they competed. And that just is a testimony of them, your character, and you as a coach. And we're very proud of you and wanted to recognize you not just for that, but also these two are all-state basketball players, which is outstanding. And the best part, here's the best part. The best part is they get to come back next year. And I know you, Coach, and appreciate everything that you do with your program. It's super, one of the best in the state, obviously. But I know you would like to say a few things about these wonderful student athletes too.
Well, yeah, Elijah Kelly, Gavin Cormany, they both had great years. One of the, to not win a state championship, one of the most remarkable years that I've had in coaching, because we go into the region and we have to beat a Floyd team that beat us on the road. We beat them in the region finals, and then we turned around and had to play them again in the state semifinals, and got down 17 at halftime, and they came in they were dressing down the hall in the Denver Center, and when they come in, they done won the game. I mean, they were celebrating like crazy as they came down, and our guys got to listen to it, and I just calmly said to them, "Do you guys hear that?" And that's about all I said, right, guys?
I have to interject here. I've not heard the word calmly used around you before.
It's my ex-counselor son. But anyway, So what after that, you know, we go back out, and to me, one of the most satisfying comebacks in my coaching career of 40-some years of coaching. These guys found a way to win that basketball game now, which was really, really exciting. We had awesome crowds at the Dedman Center, and so Gavin and Elijah were both first team all district. They both were first team all region. Elijah was player of the year in the 3 years district as a junior. He was player of the year in the region, and then Gavin made second team all state, and Elijah was named first team all state, which was to me a remarkable year. And I just want to say thanks for everybody who supported us over the years and have continued to love Bobcat basketball. These guys worked their rear ends off, and we had a great supporting cast with them. We had just a really good team that liked each other, liked to play for each other, and played together, and just a lot of fun. Just a lot of fun. I just wish we could figure out a way to get past that bunch out of Richmond, but I don't know if that's going to happen. So we'll keep plugging at it. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Elijah, thank you, man. Appreciate you coming. Very, congratulations. Good job. Thank you all. Appreciate it. Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Good job, guys.
I just want to make you all aware of some wonderful summer opportunities for our children, and we got just wonderful students in this school division. This came in today, or I'd have these students here with us tonight too. And I just know coming towards June too, everybody has vacation plans and things. But going to and Casey Worley has done a phenomenal job of really helping these students grow and get to where they are now. Our RU Summer Governor School kids are Justin Anazani for theater and Princeton Stevens for music. We have UVA Wise Summer Governor School for theater and arts, and that's Catherine Nowinski, Olivia Spalding, and William Johnson. Our American Shakespeare Center Theater Intensive is Summer Fisher and James Wright. And our RU International Ballet Intensive is Ali Shapizi. And our JMU Musical Theater Intensive is Abby Napatalo. Napatalo, sorry. So just really, really proud of these students too, and the opportunity they have to participate in these programs this summer as well too. Let's give them I would like to invite Kenny Word. I know he's here. I saw him. He's got a special recognition from RRMM Architects, who built Bell Heath or was the architects for Bell Heath. So glad you're here with us tonight.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you guys. So the crowd must have known that this is a big Thanks for coming. Thanks for coming. So again, my name is Kenny Ward. I'm with RMM Architects. On an annual basis, RMM recognizes the Regional Superintendents of the Year. It's our way of giving back to the community, but also a way to recognize these great educators for all that they do in the districts that they represent. Without further ado, the Region 7 Superintendent of the Year is none other than Dr. So what we do is give the winning superintendent a scholarship award, and he or she represents it to a student of their choice to further their secondary education.
Wow, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate you being here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And also, you guys pressure them all year, because next year we're going to either double or quadruple this amount. So you should be able to come back, all right?
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah. So much.
And Nancy says nowhere to sit, I'm leaving.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kenny. Can we have our SROs up here, please? So at Monday night, I had the privilege of going to a city council meeting, and it's National Police Week, or getting close to National Police Week, and there was a proclamation made for our police department, which is absolutely fantastic. And these three fine gentlemen serve as our school resource officers, and you know, I know you all are safety first, and make sure that all our staff and students and school community members are safe all the time and provide that. But you also you wear very, very many hats. I mean, I've come up to McCarg before, and Derek's like has screwdrivers and paint, and Jamie, walk over to Jamie's, you know, putting a Band-Aid on a child, and you know, Thad is bear hugging students, and they just do an outstanding job of developing strong relationships with our community. And it's not like they're police in our schools. It's like having another employee in our schools, even though they're dressed a little differently than we are. But we are grateful for everything that you all do, and serving this community, and being a part of it, and helping us with making successful choices for our children too. So we wanted to bring you here tonight and recognize you and say thank you for such good work too. So. You guys want to say anything? You good?
Did you also want to mention that it was Nurses Day?
I have that. I'm gonna come sit back
Gotcha.
down though. So. It is also Nurses Appreciation. Actually, today is School Nurse Appreciation Day, and we have four of the best school nurses that we could ever have. They work there, like how to use a Coach Cormany saying, they work their rear ends off all the time, and are dealing with a whole lot of illnesses, and in the past with COVID and what we went through with the pandemic. And I couldn't be more proud of what they do for us and what they mean to our school system too. So I didn't have them come tonight because I know many of them are dealing with a lot of busy schedules and things of that nature. But as I said in the email this morning, please, if you see them, please thank them for everything that they do for us too. Let's give them a round of applause. And then certainly last but not least, it's Teacher Appreciation Week, and thank you all for coming. We really are grateful for everything that you all do. These past 3 or 4 years have been so hard, and you've handled the situation with grace and a whole lot of just strong character, and really have provided super support for our students. We have, you know, accolades a lot, and lately we've had a few too. I just want to read them to you because I told the folks last night in Southwest Virginia at our Impact Award ceremony that I was receiving this wonderful presentation, but it was certainly the work of our faculty and staff that have earned it. So the first thing is we were once again recognized as a distinguished Project Lead the Way Distinguished Schools at McCarg Elementary, Bell Heath, and John Dalton. John Dalton is the only one recognized as a gateway school in Virginia. And then Bell Heath and McCarg are 2 of 4 schools to be recognized as that as well. And that's a very, very prestigious award. So thank you for your efforts in bringing innovative instruction to our school system too. And also last night we had the privilege of going down to the Southwest Virginia Higher Ed Center with the United Way of Southwest Virginia. A lot of administrators and I went to attend, and we were recognized by the United Way as the Success Partner of the Year for bringing a lot of opportunities for success to all of our students, grades pre-K through 12. It was very, very special. We were one of 2 divisions in Southwest Virginia recognized we were the only school division recognized for this honor. Washington County was recognized for Resiliency Partner of the Year too, but it was nice to be there and nice to have the support of United Way of Southwest Virginia too. But I think it's just such a outstanding award that solidifies what we do here in Radford City, which is make sure our children are successful. So it was really nice getting this award too on your all's behalf, and I appreciate everything that you're doing to help us get these wonderful accolades. So thank you all. And then we had Miss Andrews. I know I saw her here somewhere. Oh, there you are. She had a wonderful Model General Assembly field trip to Richmond, and we wanted to share that with you all with her students.
Hello, good evening. Carol Andrews, Radford High School. I teach Spanish, but I have the privilege of taking a group of students to Richmond to attend the Model General Assembly, MGA, as they have on their t-shirts there. Miss Argerbright, you're going to have to help me. How many years did you do MGA? Do you remember?
Like 10.
Do you remember what the last year was, 15?
Yes.
So I took over in 2015 or 16, and then 19 was the last time that we went in person because in 2020 I had to go virtual with COVID. 21 was virtual again. MGA is not fun virtually. They did it last year in 2022, but with possibility of going virtual, and I said, I'm not having your parents pay all that money. No. I wasn't going to do it, but I want to thank Mrs. Davey, who couldn't be here tonight, for pushing me and saying, I think we need to do MGA again. So I said, okay. So I asked Mrs. Argerbright, and I want to give a shout out to Elaine Argerbright, who taught history and government at Radford High School for a long time. I could not, I don't know if I could do this without her because she is my government guru. Because when the kids have a question on a bill, I'm like, talk to Ms. Argerbright. Because she knows about all that process. And so this year I put out an announcement, and I had 15, I think, students come and 12 that got to actually go to MGA. Tonight I have 5 representatives. I have some working and some who are in sports who were not able to be here tonight. So I appreciate them coming after I twisted some arms, but it's okay. So I just want to show you this slideshow that I made of MGA, and we'll talk a little bit about it, and then Bella's going to talk a little bit, and hopefully Addie too, because I want them to talk about their bill. A Model General Assembly is where the students learn how the state government runs. Everybody was a delegate except Bella was a senator, and that's only because the Senate is smaller. And I had one underclassman legislator, and they actually they do committees. They learn how the process of a bill gets to the governor. So they have to we have a youth governor, a youth lieutenant governor, attorney general, clerk of the court, speaker. And so those are elected by the students. They go through in 3 days, they go through the whole process that the General Assembly does. And they create their own bills, and they have to pass them or not pass them. This year we went through the veto process, which was very interesting. We had never done that before. But this is our little slideshow, so if you'll go ahead, Stacy. Sure. Oh, don't tell me that. Okay, feel good. Here we are. We left on a Sunday, and we headed to Short Pump was our big stop for lunch at the Cheesecake Factory, which who doesn't love Cheesecake Factory? Okay, so that was, and then we went to Short Pump Mall, and after that they shopped around for a little while, had a great time. Okay, next slide. Here we are, all dressed up and ready for opening session. So checking into the hotel was never had this happen before. We got there about 3:30. We didn't get into our room till about 6 o'clock. There were some major issues with the downtown Hilton, not enough staff, key mix up. But let me tell you what, they were troopers. I'm so proud of them. Miss Argerbright and I got ready in 20 minutes. So it was like, we go to an opening session, and what's the name of the church, Miss Argerbright? The church beside the Capitol building? St. John's. They have opening session in there for all the students that attend MGA, and the youth governor speaks. Usually either the governor of Virginia or lieutenant governor, one of the officials. They didn't get to speak this year, but the students attended that. Unfortunately, at the last minute, we found out that we couldn't use the Capitol building, so we were disappointed in that because they closed it for construction. However, I have spoken to Jason Ballard, so hopefully next year. I'm like, come on, you got to help us out here. So I want them to be able to experience actually being in the seats of the delegates and senators, because it is really awesome to be in our Capitol because it's beautiful. So don't they look great? Look at them there. You have to do business professional attire the whole time. Okay, next slide. And that's just, y'all took that, so. Okay, they're all smiles. There we go. Next one, I'm ready. Senator Hackworth was the only senator, right, Bella, that was able to come, and we tried to get all y'all together, but we didn't have a chance. But we took a photo op with Senator Hackworth, who's our senator in Radford. Okay. Bella is answering questions here. Our bill, we had one bill, and it started out, and Bella and Addie are going to talk about that in just a minute. It started in the Senate, and so Bella had to present it, and it made it through committee. Hooray! And so it made it to the Senate, but it died. But Bella's going to explain what really happened with that and why, because it shouldn't have. But she's answering questions. People can speak to the bill in support or not in support. They can ask questions, etc. Okay. This is us ready for we have a governor's banquet before the next day on Monday. So they're dressed up, ready to go. And yes, we were the best looking group there, I have to say. I'm not biased or anything, but they look awesome, and they were fantastic. What a great bunch of young adults. There's a picture. Yeah. There's the roomies right there. Okay. And there's another group. Can you go back to that group picture? I just wanted to. Okay. Well, too far. Yep. The big group picture. Okay. Starting from the left, that's Lauren Holdaway, and then on the back is Jackson Hodock, Mason's here, Murphy, Lily Hurst, the twins. Marie and Maggie, who I still can't tell apart very well. And then Ella Cox, and on the front, Alex Bartos, Hayden Joyce, Abby Hodock, Addie Saunders, and Bella Calfee. So I just wanted to point out all the students that went. Okay. Let's see, back to Miss Argabright and I. We did know this. We had to be sworn in. We were election officials, so we had to count all the ballots for the primaries and final elections for all the offices. So that the kids got a kick out of that picture, so I put it in there anyway. And then Bella was speaking on a bill, I think, in the Senate the next day or something. You were asking about a bill there. And then the last photo, I think, is the bus ride home. And that's what you see on the bus ride. When they're going, they're all talking and excited, and on the way back, they're exhausted. So, but I want to give a couple of thank you, first of all, Dr. Grant, for your support. Shout out to Mr. Keister. He saved us because my bus driver canceled 2 weeks before MGA and asked Mr. Keister if he would drive for us, and he worked it out, and I think he enjoyed it. We ate lots of good food. I know Mr. Freeman enjoyed it the year he drove us too, so thank you all so much for your support, and school board, thank you so much for your support as well. I know I had them hooked. Most of them were hooked, and I think most of them will go, but when Addie Saunders came out of the first session on Monday, oh, Senora, and this is what she was like. She was so fired up because you learn so much about, this is the best way to learn about government, is to just immerse in it, and they were all little babies. When they first went in, when they came out, they understood the whole process. They get to enjoy, they give them a little, not much freedom. I mean, they rein it in pretty tightly, but you know, they do get to go out to eat right there around Richmond and do some fun things. And I just want to thank you all for your support. I think they really enjoyed it. I'm really glad to have MGA going again. Hope to do it for several more years before I retire. So I'm going to turn over to Bella and Abby and anybody else that wants to. I'm going to get out of the way here for a second. Go, Bella.
So I'll try to keep it brief, but as the Senate knows, I don't do that well. So I was also a president of our Youth and Government Club, which is the club that does take our students to Model General Assembly. So I was very blessed to be able to serve in that capacity. Just to give you guys a general gist of an idea of the level of commitment that my classmates had to this, we left Radford High School Sunday morning at 7 a.m. We got there roughly about 4 p.m. We actually had to be there to check in. It's a 2-hour-long process, but they were troopers. And we started a joint session at St. Paul's at 7, and then we were in committee meetings at 7:45. We actually didn't get back until about 11 o'clock, which is about a 5-minute walk from the church back to the hotel. And then we had to be in our rooms, lights out at 11:30, and then back at it at session at 8 a.m. And then that went again till 11:30. And then the same thing, and on Tuesday we were out at 12, but still committee meetings that early in the morning. So yeah, I was able to serve in the Senate this year. I had gone into it thinking I'm going to sit down, I'm going to learn, but I tell you what, once you get there, you're able to fully immerse yourself, and as everybody here probably knows, I don't stay quiet well. So it was a good opportunity to work on public speaking skills and in that kind of environment. I've been in campaign world for 5 years or so it was really nice to actually see the inside of it and kind of that thought process, because it really is hard, even as constituents, to go in and go, oh yeah, I don't understand why they didn't say this or I don't understand that. You're sitting there and you're thinking, okay, I'm presenting this bill later in the day. And then you're thinking, okay, I've got to prepare for that, but then also there's all these bills that I know people are passionate about, so I need to speak about that. How is that going to affect this later? So you have that kind of thought process, and actually we were fortunate enough to speak with Delegate Justin Ballard a couple days later, and I walked up to him, I said, let me tell you what, Youth and Government Club after high school, our thoughts and prayers are with you every day. We understand now. And my goodness, what a great job he does. And I'd certainly be remiss if we didn't recognize Senator Hackworth, who's a wonderful team again as well. He also served as our adult chaperone / advisor for our local government committee, which is also somewhere I serve. So that was a great opportunity. So I'll start talking about our bill. I will say it did pass committee with some really, really great debate. My goodness, people who go to this are incredibly intelligent, sharp as a tack, and the quickest wits I've ever seen. So certainly a great opportunity to practice that debate and the process of the way it goes. But it did pass committee, the local government committee, and the Senate, and then it went to the Senate chambers the next day. I will tell you, it was Senate Bill number 24 out of, I believe, 32 with a couple resolutions. That morning was loaded down with some very heavy topics, some great bills, but very heavy topics, and we were kind of trying to push through to make sure we got to committee meetings that evening, so it was pretty rushed. We didn't have ample time to present it, and a lot of people got really confused. But our bill is a little bit complicated. It's a lot of moving parts, but at the end of it, the way it read was that any student originally from Virginia or Virginia residents attending a student or institution of higher education or will be absent on the day of election from the county or city in which they are entitled to vote, yet they must fill out an absentee ballot to be sent to their last place of residency before attending the institution of higher education, and may not vote in the city or town they currently reside in for higher education unless they are willing or enabled to provide reasonable proof of residency beyond graduation in the city or town that they are currently residing in for higher education. So we did have a couple amendments to that. We even met with our legal team on it. So it was really a long process to put together. We did present it in the Senate. There was a lot of confusion there. We didn't have ample time to present it. And we actually had to get to the point where you had about 3 minutes per bill, which originally we had some bills that were debated for every bit of half an hour. So it was certainly a good experience, I think, for sure. But we were disappointed, but it was still a really great first year. Very proud of the work everybody did on it, for sure. And with that note, I'll turn it on to
I really loved the experience. I definitely, like Bella said earlier, that I wasn't going to speak in the House at all. I just went in, I was just like, I'm going to learn how the process works. But I'll tell you, I did stand up 2 times. Very passionate about a couple of the bills, but they were not. I mean, it was like she said, there's people that study that thing like it's their state championship, and they're wanting to pass their bill. So, do you guys have any questions for us?
Y'all want to say anything? Mason or Hayden or Ella? I would like to say this would not have been possible at all. I know that she's not going to love this, but Senora Andrews and Mrs. Alderbright, as well as Mr. Keister, you all, my goodness, ran around with us from those long, long days. So everyone give a round of applause to them, please.
I'd like to recognize, if y'all don't know this, the Virginia YMCA is the one that puts Model General Assembly together, and Sharon and Spencer work, oh my gosh, I don't know how many hours, and I don't know how they're not crazy. By the time you're done with 300 teenagers, think about that, all in a hotel. Mr. Keister knows this, all trying to get on the elevator at the same time. Because they all have to be in committee meeting, and they're all waiting to the last minute. The Virginia YMCA does a fabulous job, and I just want to thank them as well for everything that they do to make this possible.
Come on, Senora. Let's go.
You're in there.
Vámonos, Senora. Gracias. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else?
No, ma'am.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Has everyone had gotten a chance to take a look at the minutes? Okay. Superintendent's authority to appoint personnel between meetings. Bills and petty cash reports. Student activities, looks like we've got
You have one.
one
Came in today.
that came in today that was from theater. They went to the Higher Ed Center in Abington. That was to get ready for the governor's school students who are going there. Anything else? Oh, school, use of school facilities. All right. Do I have a motion to approve the consent items?
I move that we approve the consent items.
All right, motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. All right, now is the time for public comment. This part of the meeting is reserved for public comments regarding items on our agenda or in regards to Radford City Schools. It is your opportunity to address the board. You're requested to keep your comments polite and courteous. Speakers are asked to express themselves in a civil manner with due respect of the dignity and privacy of others who may be affected by your comments. Speakers should be aware that they may be held legally responsible if they make statements that violate the legal rights of others. For example, if statements are made that are defamatory or threatening. Complaints about specific school personnel are best addressed to school administration, who will address those concerns as appropriated through existing board complaint procedures. Please remember that you cannot mention specific student names during public comments. Comments likely to disrupt the board's work or prompt a breach of the peace are prohibited, and the speaker will be called out of order by the board chair. Please remember that debate during public comments is prohibited. For the record, please state your name and address. Public comments are limited to 5 minutes per speaker at board meetings. And if anyone wishes to make comments, we ask you to come to the podium at this time. First, we have Mrs. Jessica Johnson.
Are we all here? Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Johnson, and my address is 107 Summit Ridge, Radford. We are here tonight to verbalize our support for our administration. There seems to be a misunderstanding that we do not feel supported by them. We would like to state for the record that we feel supported, respected, and appreciated by our administration. Mr. Graham, Ms. Denny, Ms. Green, Ms. Reedy, we would like to thank you for all you do. There are about 20 of us here tonight, and there are many others who cannot be here but wanted to be. Just know we see you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, next we have Miss Stacy Schwank.
Good evening. My name is Stacy Schwank, and I live here in Radford at 817 3rd Street. We're here tonight to represent Belle Heath. We wholeheartedly endorse the work and efforts of our administration. The support we receive from Mrs. Lincoln Hoker and Mr. Wilder is extraordinary. We feel valued, respected, and appreciated. Teaching is stressful and difficult, but we would be near impossible without Mrs. Lincoln Hoker and Mr. Wilder. Their dedication and encouragement is shared with our students as well. We have also had the privilege of working with Mrs. Grant and Mr. Keister, who continue to support us and advocate for our students in Radford City Schools. Mr. Graham, Mrs. Denny, Mrs. Lincoln Hoker, Mr. Wilder, all RCPS admin, we cannot thank you enough for supporting us as we are all striving to do what is best for our children we serve. Mr. Graham, it is easy to see why you were chosen as Superintendent of the Year. Well deserved, sir. To the board, please honor and respect our voices. The enhancement for instruction planning time, unfortunately, generated confusion and hostility. Sadly, the issue divided parents and educators. Everybody wants what is best for our students. Allowing teachers adequate time to plan, grade, and collaborate with our teams is a vital step in fulfilling that mission. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Paul Lane.
Hello, my name is Paul Lane, and I live at 9 Hickory Road in Radford. Many thanks to the members of the Radford City School Board for your willingness to serve our community. Many thanks to every single employee of Radford City Schools. Thank you for always putting our students first and striving for excellence in education, every student, every day. Many congratulations to Rob Graham for being selected Region 7 School Superintendent of the Year. This recognition is validating proof of the excellent work that Rob does. Of course, he does not work alone. Rob leads a team of excellent school board staff, as well as our principals, teachers, and other staff. At last month's school board meeting, Rob Graham was acknowledged for being Region 7 Superintendent of the Year, as he was again tonight. But last month, lamentably, after only 5 minutes following his recognition, Rob was required to read an email which began with the words, quote, "I cannot even begin to express my disgust and disappointment," end quote. This vile, ignorance-laden diatribe does not conform to the stated standards for public comments to this body and should have been ruled out of order. The email was a blatant attack against our administration and our teachers. I respectfully suggest that the email be stricken from the record. We all want what is best for the students of the city. Although we may differ precisely on how to achieve that shared goal, the Commonwealth of Virginia offers one possibility to find a way forward. The Virginia General Assembly and Department of Education developed the profile of a Virginia graduate, focusing on the 5 C's, which I assume every member of this board knows. Our Radford teachers and administrators certainly know and model the 5 C's for our student. At present, we have an excellent opportunity to use the 5 C's. We have a problem. According to the Virginia Board of Education, there were 1,063 unfilled teaching positions way back in the 2019-2020 school year. As of 2 weeks ago, April 2023, there were 3,573 teacher vacancies in Virginia. That is an increase of over 300% in 3 years. Radford is not immune to the teacher shortage crisis. We all want the best for our students, so we must find creative ways of attracting and retaining excellent teachers. We can't compete with larger salaries that bigger systems may offer, so Rob Graham and Ellen Denny took the initiative and entrepreneurial approach to help address the issue. Using the 5 C's, including creative thinking and collaboration, they offered a solution. Whenever Rob or Ellen make any sort of recommendation to our school staff or to this body, there is a tremendous amount of thought, research, reflection, collaboration, creativity, and innovation that goes into it. I encourage the members of the school board to trust and utilize the expertise and commitment of Rob, Ellen, and our other staff and faculty. We are fortunate to have knowledgeable, experienced, dedicated individuals leading our school system. Rob and Ellen routinely go above and beyond for our students and staff. And of course, Rob is a Radford High School graduate, and his knowledge of our community is unparalleled. We all want the best for the students of this city, so let us find greater commonality. Let us collaborate, not isolate. Let us innovate, not aggravate. Let us trust and work together, and let us achieve excellence in education, every student, every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Shannon Honaker.
That's an extremely hard act to follow with my bullet points that I come with again, handwritten. I'm not a public speaker. First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Graham. A couple weeks ago, I contacted him to ask that he send a survey out to let the parents and the community also give their input on what would help us. And at first, he said that he didn't know if we would have enough time because we were trying to get all this done. But I appreciate that happening and us getting the community to have a say of what's going to affect our families. There were a couple things I wanted to ask about. There was one thing I was sad about on that survey because I'm still looking for that 5 full day program or option, and that's not there. Last time I was here, I didn't explain to y'all that my mom was a teacher. She retired after 30 years at Pulaski County High School. So I come from a background of knowing what that was like to have a mom as a teacher, and it, hurt my heart to hear all the teachers come up last time and explain how they didn't get time with their kids in the afternoon. Because when my mom taught 30 years and she went through block scheduling and had to plan all that was new for her school, and all the SOL things, she still made it to my things after school, all my sporting events, all my school functions, and you can't put it that she wasn't doing her job, because she was also teacher of the year, and she later on became department head of the math department at Pulaski, and she's well known to Mr. Freeman and several others from Pulaski area. If you ask, they know her, and she was a good teacher. So I just encourage you that, it was working then. I know kids have changed, and I understand that. But also I remember her grading papers that night and planning, but I also remember she was home during the summers, and that's something that I don't get to be with my kids either. And so I think that, we're weighing that also, and I just want you to know that I do have a background with my mom doing that. One thing I presented to Mr. Graham, and I asked him and I ask you all to consider, is let's hire lunch aides. Let's figure out a way that teachers can have a free lunch to be able to have some stress-free time where they can enjoy their lunch, go to the bathroom. Let's hire recess aides so that we have teachers that can plan during that recess time or have extra time to get things done for their classroom. And I know that we have a skinny budget, I was told, so that's not an option. But maybe not this year, but maybe next year. Let's look at other options that we can get something to help our teachers without shortening our instructional time for our kids. Also, I'm not sure and a lot of this to you all is probably common sense, but it's not to me. I don't work as an educator. I don't know what contract hours are required before school and after school time that you all have to plan. I don't know if that's an option, and if they have certain times they have to be there, if anybody mandates that. My big thing is I'm really scared about taking away more instructional time for our kids. They're already behind from COVID, and I said that last time. Also, I wanted to ask, I was really concerned about the option 2, because I also have a child that's in Belle Heath and going to the high school, and I'm worried about getting him back to his sporting events if we shorten those days. I know that was a thing that's concerning. I also provide transportation for one of the students that's going to in 9th grade, and his mother doesn't have a way to get him back and forth to the school. And with us working, I'm not sure how we would do that for practices. So I ask you all to consider that when you're making your decision about which option you're going to choose. I'm also still concerned about after-school care. I asked last board meeting if we could try to come up with a way to have after-school program, and I think Ms. Denny said that wasn't an option because there were too many kids to provide that. But you all were going to do it for the morning for working adults. Why can't we do the same thing for working adults in the afternoon, to have something for that those afternoons that kids are released early? And I also wanted someone to clarify for me if there was the 4-day option that you all had discussed, if on that 5th day that would be a virtual day. I know that's not something that we're going to have to worry about this coming year, but I'm really nervous that that's going to be happening as you have more time to plan. And if that, I want to clarify if kids are going to be required to do virtual work on that 5th day. I think that's it. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. We have Destiny Beasley.
I would actually like to withdraw my request to speak, please.
Okay, thank you. All right, and we have some that were submitted
Electronically.
electronically. Would
Yes, ma'am.
you like me to read those, or are you going to read those?
Either way, I'll start. You can-
Okay.
So this one came from our bus drivers, and I think this is wonderful. 190 years of experience with our bus drivers. It says, Mr. Graham, school board members, today I have come before you representing our school bus drivers. You have entrusted us with what we call precious cargo, the children of Bradford. We often have to work when we should be taking care of our families or are ill, but we come in because there are very few sub drivers, and too often they are not available. When we are asked to drive field trips or carry sports teams, we are paid one rate to drive and about half that to sit. Our time is more valuable than that. These trips take us away from our home, family, and other duties. To the point it is not worth our time to drive these trips anymore. In Montgomery County and Pulaski County, they are paid one rate for their entire trip. In Botetourt County, their pay is based on seniority, and they are also paid one rate. Most of us have to be approached by other schools. Most of us have been approached by other school systems, and a few have been recruited by our tour companies. But we want to stay in Radford. We feel our skills are valuable and we should be paid the fair rate. Please note that one of our drivers has left and is now working in Montgomery County, Rapid City bus drivers.
All right. Do you want me to read the second one?
Sure.
Okay, the second one is from Nancy Francis. It came in Wednesday, May 10th at 2:03 p.m. Addresses 1009 on 4th Street. Questions people in the community are thinking, and we would like some answers. What is really going on in our schools? Is anyone talking to each other in our school system? Miss Denny, did you talk to teachers before coming up with the new schedule for the latest survey? Why did the latest survey, 23-24 RCPS Bell Schedule Survey, come out on Friday, May 5th, before the committee meeting that was held with teachers, PTA members, and administration on Monday, May 8th, 2023? Board members, are you personally reaching out to teachers in our schools and asking how you can help? Board members, are you being told not to reach out to teachers? Teachers, are you reaching out to your board members for help and letting them know your concerns? School administrators, are you reaching out to parents to get them involved back in your schools to help teachers? After the last board meeting on April 4th, 2023, I suggested a parent steering committee to Mrs. Lincolnhoker in hopes of getting parents, teachers, and the administrators together again after 3 long years. I was told they would try to do something this summer. Why are we waiting until summer? Teachers have stressed they are overwhelmed, underpaid, and underappreciated, so why are we not jumping through hoops to do something now to resolve the issue before they decide to leave? Do we really have a teacher planning issue, or is it something else? Could all the planning issues teachers are having actually be because their classroom is being constantly disrupted with behavioral issues, discipline issues, mental health crisis, and an overwhelming number of meetings the administration has put on them? Teachers, please correct me if I am wrong. You are the ones in the classroom every day with our kids. Is behavior and the lack of discipline by your administrators causing havoc in your classroom? Teachers, do you feel you have lost the ability to speak up without retribution? Why would a FOIA request for the discipline reports for the 22-23 school year cost $745.92? Why is discipline reporting not being done by teachers? Are they not the ones who see it firsthand? A simple Google form which generates an Excel sheet would save a lot of man hours to compile this information. Why are parents still being kept out of our schools? For 3 years, we have been told it's because of health concerns. Doctor offices are mask-free, and waiting rooms are full of people, and Bell Heath was full of families on Wax Museum night. The health crisis has gone away, but now I'm being told by Bell Heath administration it's because of safety and respect issues. What? Do teachers and staff fear parents? Administrators and school board members, it is time for a change. Please consider allowing parents the freedom to visit our schools and our children. We want to be back in the school and classroom without having to fill out a permission form. Maybe the presence of parents might make a change in the behavior of students. Thank you for your time, Nancy.
And the last one came in just before the meeting, about 5:50. To Rob Ellen and the school board, thank you for taking the time to read this email. I'm Mariah Muche, a 5th grade teacher from Bell Heath, and I spoke at the last school board meeting. I'd planned to attend in person to speak again, but I'm sick and I do not wish to spread illness. I wanted to write to applaud the efforts of Ellen and Rob. They have tirelessly tried to formulate a calendar that will work for everyone. I do not envy their position because we all know that there are only so many ways to create a time schedule, and there will always be challenges and people who see the problems in it. Ellen has worked incredibly hard, crunching numbers, researching, and providing solutions to possible problems. I applaud the community as well for speaking out in favor of teacher planning. I have seen posts from our parents and community members talking about how wonderful Radford schools are and how hard our teachers work to create a positive, well thought out learning environment for our students. We all know that a teacher that has time to plan, collaborate with coworkers, attend meetings, grade, create lessons, make copies, and has enough time to use the restroom or get coffee is a happier teacher. A teacher that is more likely to thrive and pass on passion for learning to our students. The question is, how do we make a schedule that is good for everyone? How do we find a compromise and flexible in times that work? I will say teachers have been incredibly flexible and compromising for the last 10 years. New technology, let's learn how to use it and find funding to provide this so we can teach students new methods. Global pandemic, we created virtual lessons that engage students. Hybrid, sure, I will teach students in person and online at the same time. Lack of substitutes, okay, I will teach my students, virtual students, and a group of students from a classroom next door. I will give parents grace because I know they are working and trying to help their children learn. I will accept any and all late work, even though it creates extra hours of grading and regrading. I will plan personal Zoom meetings with students and parents who are struggling. I will drop off gifts and learning materials at students' houses because they cannot come to us. I stay extra time and answer emails at all hours because parents' schedules are different from mine. Students are behind from the pandemic. I have recreated lesson plans and learned new techniques of teaching lower reading skills to fill gaps of knowledge and help bring students back to grade level. Students lack emotional regulation and social skills. I will integrate the social emotional learning lessons each morning to give these students necessary skills to work with others. There are just some examples of the flexibility and compromises teachers have made recently. Teachers have been bending over backwards to be flexible. I know that parents have made compromises as well. These last few years have been hard for everybody, but I implore you, we teachers speak out about needing to help and needing planning time. It's not because we are lazy complainers who just don't understand what we signed up for. It's because we are drowning. How long until we decide to just get out of the water? Out of a job that keeps us so busy and exhausted that we can't have a work-life balance. We aren't able to recruit new teachers because they see the demands and know they are too much. Our numbers of student teachers have been falling for years. I'm all for compromises and flexibility, but teachers have been flexible and at the short end of these compromises for too long. Parents, community members, and the school board, if you truly support teachers, you will support a calendar that does not take planning a time away from elementary schools or leave us with too little. Whether this is a calendar with late delays, early releases, or a 4-day calendar, we must work together to keep this school system and our children cared for. We are so lucky that we live in an area at which the school system sees our struggles and cares. It would be all too easy for the board to create a calendar and not ask for any input. Instead, they ask for our input, what our needs are and priorities are. I knew that the school system cared more than others my first year of teaching when Rob Graham walked into my classroom and told me that he had recently been looking at the scan in records. Those who had been using their pass to scan in the doors at the school. He noticed that I had scanned into the school every Sunday and that year. I was terrified. I honestly thought I was going to be in trouble, but instead of telling me off, he asked me how I was, if I was doing okay and if I needed anything. He said that I was probably working too much and should start taking my weekends for myself, that taking time away from school was necessary in order to keep going at this job. He saw that I was burning out and cared enough to talk to me. I'm sure he has seen a number of teachers burn out because the demands of teaching are too high. I don't know of another superintendent that would look close enough to notice or do anything about that like Rob did. I knew at that moment that the school system was one that makes a difference in the lives of teachers, parents, and students. That level of compassion pours over from the top down, and I want to thank Rob and Ellen for working so hard for their employees. They care about the school system and the community. I'm appalled at some of the letters that have been written to the school board and that no one spoke up to say that they did not meet the guidelines of respect and dignity. Rob deserves to be treated with the same respect and empathy that he shows to all of us around him. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for your public comments, both in person and online. After you've just read all of that, it's now time for your report of the superintendent.
Well, and I appreciate Jack being here again. We need to get you a seat up here, don't we? And he's got a soccer game to get to, so, and give a brief update on our facility projects, please.
Does he have 3 minutes? Okay.
Five.
It's warm
That's
in
five.
here. Good to see everyone again. A new podium here. I like this. Okay. You ready? Yeah, that's fine.
On that one? I can't reach that. My arms aren't that long. Okay. I'll try to be brief here, but I thought it's a good time to give you all an update on one of our favorite projects, the stadium project, and also talk a little bit about some of the decisions that have been made since we last met to move that process forward. I was last here on March 7th meeting. And then also give you a quick update on a couple of the other projects that are going on at the high school itself. Got it. Ooh. I know that probably nobody can read that, so I did bring some hard copies. Pass it around. Pass it around. Second page is a summary. What I will point out, as long as we're on this page, is that just a few things that have happened to date. That I didn't see this myself, but let me come over here. There's a blue line that's going through the schedule right here, and that just represents today's date, where we are. So everything to the left of that has happened so far. The first thing was a notice of award to the grandstand design, who had the best and least expensive proposal for replacing the bleachers at the stadium. We issued that right after the vote that was made at the March 7th board meeting. And then from that point forward, we helped negotiate and acquire some additional geotechnical information to help design the caissons and foundations for that the new bleacher system. To put some glasses on here. So I can barely read that too. Let's see. Then from that point, once they had that information to design the foundations, we allowed them about 4 to 6 weeks to assemble what we call shop drawings, which is the overall design with all the pieces and components and how it's fitting into the existing stadium area on both sides. They were then submitted to Thompson Litton to review for code compliance and structural compliance and that sort of thing, and then we returned them with some comments. We went a little bit of back and forth. So at this point, and on I believe, forget the exact date, but the bleachers were approved and moved into production. So as was stated before, it's about a 6-month lead time before those can be delivered. So the time from when they are actually ordered with approved shop drawings until the time we can expect them is going to be roughly that first week of October. So it's pushed things back a little bit from what we first were talking about. But I think in some regard, it's a good thing, because probably the second most contentious issue about the stadium project was how were we going to implement it, right? What side first? Do we shut it down? Do we fix things? Do we bring in temporary bleachers? Those sorts of things. So I think with this delay, we can show that we've started the process. We're moving forward. We're doing your due diligence to correct the issues that are there. But you can't push a rope. We got to wait for the material to get on site. So with that, and if you take a look at the second sheet there, and that's my problem. I gave away all.
Here.
So looking through the summary there, I'll just review what I think to be probably the best, in the best interest of obviously the school system first, but then also the players and the fans and the parents and support personnel who are at all our home games. So here's what I'm proposing. I have vetted this with both the bleacher manufacturer, their installers, as well as the third party Extreme Concrete, who will be performing the installation of the support caissons for it as well. So what the recommendation is that we just plan from the outset that the visitor side and this is totally contrary to what we were saying initially, the visitor side will be shut down completely. Plan on everything taking place on the home side. We'll perform some of the remedial work that was talked about only on the home side. We've been reviewing that. The extent of that scope of work, I think, can be greatly reduced from what we initially heard from Extreme Concrete, that if we focus on the aisleways and the stairs, clean all the other debris out of there, maybe a sign or two, I think we'll be in good shape, and I think we can do that for less than what we were planning on doing on the visitor side that was in the budget. So I think that's all good, and that can take place this summer. Then come football season with our first home game in August. All the home games are listed on that schedule. So our first game was against George Wythe on August 25th. So prior to that, we would close off the visitor side. I think we could still use both ticket booths, still use that parking, that sort of thing, a little bit of directional signage. And I think it's worth considering maybe designating a visitor section on the home side, maybe that first bay or two of seating to keep, we don't want to cause any issues if we can avoid it. So if we go that route, working backwards from when we expect the material to arrive on site, we can begin work on the visitor side during the week. Won't be disruptive of other things going on. Probably around with the bleachers arriving that first week, we'd begin the work on the caissons and the selective demolition around September 9th. Working our way through the schedule, they'd be able to essentially begin bleacher installation on the visitor side as soon as the material arrives, because the infrastructure will be in place. Recognizing that the final home game is October 20th, with the exception of potential playoff implications, we could start doing the foundation caisson work a few days after that last home game. If there's playoff game, working with the bleacher manufacturers and with Extreme, they both are in agreement they can push things off on a week-by-week basis. Well, materials will be there and ready to go. But if we are able to, maybe we don't have home field advantage or that sort of thing, if they're able to go, they could begin as soon as October 23rd. The actual installation time frame is about 4 to 6 weeks total. So once that's complete, that's when we'd begin the final component of the project, which is to do the accessible approach to the stadium. We talked about that. I'll give you a review of the areas we're talking about. That's a lot of demolition and concrete of existing paving and gravel, and there's just kind of a number of Band-Aids that are there now, very inconsistent surfaces, not safe for walking, and certainly not handicap accessible. So that would be the last portion of the project. Now I know we got spring sports right around the corner too, so we could prioritize that work, perhaps the home side first. Of course, it's not the best time of the year to be doing concrete work and so forth, so it's a lot of weather dependent issues, but I think we could have the home side ready prior to the need of the stadium for spring sports, and then we move to the visitor side to wrap that up. My hope is by end of March we can be complete with the whole project. So I think the schedule works out a lot better for pretty much everyone, and as I said, both the bleacher manufacturer, installer, and our other contractor have all vetted this, and they're in agreement that they'll work with the system here to make that work. So if there are any questions about the schedule, let me just move forward here and just cover a couple of the other items that's just been part of the process here. There we go. I'm sorry, I should have had that summary up for everybody else while I was going through that. So these are the other improvements that we talked about that will be done by a third party. This is work that we're going to design, and then we'll get that priced probably in the beginning of the summer. But we're not going to start that work until after the bleachers are in place. But as you can see on On the overall field image, the two areas mapped out in yellow there, kind of odd shape on the home side and rectangle on the other, are the two areas represented photos of what's there now on the home side, coming all the way up to where the new light pole is. You can see the old foundation from one of the former light poles, and there's sort of a handicap ramp coming up the side that lets you out into a gravel area, and there's just a lot of old paving and patches and things that really just, it doesn't meet the intent of an accessible approach. You can see the same thing down near the ticket booths, working its way around from the concession stand back up that hill. I think it's going to clean it up. It just certainly look much better when we're all said and done on the home side. On the visitor side, similar sort of thing. If you recall, the access into the bleachers on both sides will be from the top. And as you well know, what's there right now on the visitor side is not an accessible approach. We have about a 15-foot elevation change there. What's there now is not a proper surface, and it's certainly too steep. So we have a solution that we're working on. It'll be a combination of ramps and stairs and maybe a little bit of a switchback there. There is that one small area that was designated some time ago, which really isn't in the spirit of the ADA, that designates one small area. We'll retain that, but you won't be able to access the bleachers once the new bleachers are in there from that specific spot, but we will retain that. Quick overview on what we all decided on. It's this is an excerpt from the shop drawings that we got, and from the top there, just to remind everybody what our capacity figures are going to be. Total of little over 3,700 seats. That's a combination of 1,185 on the visitor side and 2,523 on the home side. And within both sides, there's designated companion seating for ADA. There's 20 of those seats. You can see them sort of as the darker blobs across the top there. Those would be the companion seating. And then space for up to 20 wheelchair seats, which again is all dictated by the overall seating capacity. And similar figures for the visitor side with 12 companion and 12 handicap seats. We believe it or not, you got to choose colors on these bleachers, and we did have a lot of discussion about that, and some of that in our preliminary meetings. And there's one thing I can tell you, whether you look on a website or you scan it or you look at it on different screens, they look different on every one of them. So I have the actual color sample. But in case you're wondering, Aztec Gold's a tricky color, but that is the formal Radford color, that gold yellow color. And then the Vulcan black are the two colors that we're going to utilize. For the Vulcan black, that's going to be the risers, the vertical portions. Then the nosings of just the stairs, which is just a little strip. That's so you can see when you go from one level to the next. And then the very front skirt, where it helps this thing just fit into the existing space. That also will be black. As far as the Aztec Gold goes, we'll see it interspersed on the stairways. So it'll be a black gold, black gold, black gold going all the way up through there. And then at the very top on both sides, we have a backrest that separates the handicap seating from the other area, just so they don't go forward. And then also at the backs of the companion seating, that will be the Aztec Gold. So this just the distribution of where those colors are going to be used in all the components. The primary color, if you will, or finish, is the what's known as a clear anodized aluminum, and that's just the seat finish itself. It's very similar to what's there now, except it'll be a little newer and shiny. And then the floor surface is a milled finish. It's very similar, but it's textured to prevent slipping and that sort of thing. It has various coefficients of friction for wet weather and that sort of thing. So let me try to explain where those colors are actually going to be on the pieces and parts. These are the standard aluminum finish colors, but the flat areas, whatever's flat, whether it's a stair tread or where you're putting your feet when you're seated. That will be the mill finished aluminum, and then the clear anodized aluminum only at the bleacher seats themselves. If I go to the, and then again, you can see down there in the lower left-hand corner, that's the existing retaining wall that's painted gold right now. Instead of trying to match colors there between the two, we thought it was best, let's go with the black against the colors there. Whether that we repaint that or not, trying to get a metal finish to match a painted finish would be difficult, so we thought black would be appropriate there. Taking a look at specifically where the Vulcan black will be used, in the lower left, again, that's just an excerpt of the seating, and I'm pointing out just the riser portions, okay? So when you're walking down from above, you probably won't even see that, with the exception of the strips around the edges of each stair. You won't see any black, other than what's on the other opposing side, right? Then the Aztec gold, this is why you'll see the black gold pattern, is that the riser portion actually continues all the way through, and then at each stair there's an extra piece that's just set in there. So that's a separate component, so the front of that will be gold, these pieces, and then the black will show through at the top of those steps. So it will be alternating colors. I think it will look good. All that is a blow up of that area down there on the lower right. And then we talked about the backrests up at the handicap seating. We'll actually have, you only see one in that representative photo, but that would represent this one. But then where the companion seating is spaced out across the back, there's another section, and we thought going with the lighter color there would be better than the black that would absorb the sun and potentially get warm. So those were the colors. We talked about the perimeter fencing above the wall. Again, that would be black vinyl, and I think it would all fit in pretty nicely. All our handrails and things will be added between the, well, I have another image of that. You can see typical handrails. They'll be going up and down through the aisles, guardrails throughout with that milled aluminum finish. These are just representative photos. That does happen to be the Aztec gold in those two photos, and you see it looks a little different because of the light and the angle of the photo. What you see on the left, they did kind of reverse of what we're going to do, except that's a dark blue, and then their nosing is actually silver. Ours will be gold, and then a black strip around the nosing there. So I think it'll look good. I think it'll be not too much, but I think it, says who we are, kind of thing. I was at Glenver's field. I don't know if you're familiar with that one. It's kind of like being at Green Bay Packers or something. It's like hardcore, lots of green and lots of gold. So I think this is a little more tasteful. Just my opinion. That's it on the stadium project. Anyone have any specific questions on the schedule or the finishes? I can tell you so far everything's still within the approved budget. In fact, a couple items are showing us we're tracking a little bit under that. So I think we're in good shape, and the school has already issued the PO through the cooperative tips agreement on the bleachers, which is the lion's share of that cost. So our expectations of varying costs are, we're only dealing with 10% of the remaining costs right now within the budget. Most of it is already a firm price and expended.
Jack, I'm just curious, knowing that asphalt is typically a very seasonal product with availability due to the plants shutting down most time in the cold winter months, do you anticipate any issues there with trying to do the final grading and everything during the winter?
No, it's a good point. I can tell you my hope is, and we're going to price it both ways, that we could do it in concrete.
Okay.
Particularly the ramps and stairs,
Sure.
those will all be in concrete. But I'd like that portion on the home side where it's just a hodgepodge of different materials right now. I really think it's going to hold up the best. Overall, be easier to maintain. And
it's available.
It's available too, and the pricing isn't fluctuating as much as the petroleum products are. But you're right, a lot of times, unless you got warmer weather, the paving mills, they're not opening up until, you know, early March.
That's what I've seen. I just want to be sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good point, though. So talk about real quickly just the two projects we got going on at the high school. A lot's been going on in these projects. It's been very aggressive to try to get this work taking place this summer. You combine that with the pandemic and the issues of materials and changing materials and changing scope of work a little bit, and I just gotta recognize a lot of people who've been working hard to make that happen. We've reviewed the science rooms many times over. The scope has expanded. We switched to one room and enlarged it by removing a shared wall between two of the rooms. We're going to be taking on that long storage room between the two chemistry labs. So the scope's expanded some, but I'm very pleased with the final design, what's in there, and we're able to get everything in there, including the new furnishings, the built-in furnishings, as well as the loose furnishings. I say there that all the POs have been issued for this work. The plan is we're starting on June 5th. The first step is we have some asbestos abatement that has to happen, combination of what's underneath. There is a little bit of a crawl space tunnel, utility tunnel, but then some of the old style laboratory tops, the black ones. I mean, there's newer ones that are fine, but some of the older ones, if they became friable, they are made of asbestos, and some of those also, the glues that hold them down, have asbestos. So that's the first step there. But all these POs have been issued. They're ready to go. Materials have been ordered. Back in February, the HVAC for this had to be ordered then, so they can arrive in time. They're really long lead times right now. But I say between the gym project and this project, that we're on budget. This project's a little higher than we expected. The gym project's a little lower. We're in good shape between the two of them. So if we look at the gym project, this scope of work grew a little bit as well. We added additional classrooms that were in the gym, and then we also added 2 smaller team rooms to this project. This is ready to go too. Everything's been ordered in advance. However, the actual gym units, the cooling units for the gym and air handlers, they're on back order. They were ordered the end of February. What they're saying right now, that could be as late as September, October. The other mechanical units for the locker rooms and the classroom are going to be barge style units, similar that was installed at McCarg. They're self-contained, they utilize a window space for outdoor air, direct controls to them. They're available, they're on order, they should be here without any problem. And then in the small team rooms, we have 2 small split mini systems. Again, should not be an issue. All the other work will take place for the gym. We just, when they're ready and they're here, we just got to decide when do we switch them out. It doesn't take that much time. If it's in October, we can do it in between scheduled events. There's some minor structural changes that will take place. The electrical will be in place, ready to go. There will be an outdoor unit place that will be fenced off, all that. So I feel good about that, and we can use the existing system. I mean, it provides ventilation in addition to heating. So if we don't have the other, you can run that unit without heating and just get the air moving. And I know you open the doors a lot, but that'll work well with that at the same time. That's it. The record.
What about furniture in the science room?
We did a PO for it. They're all ordered.
Yeah, there's several different companies that we are working with on the design, and the one company helps with the design, and they also provide and install, and they're pretty well known in the state of Virginia. They have state contract for doing a lot of that.
We were talking at one point about
We didn't know that we were going to do it. Well, they gave us a really good deal too. It was a good deal for us.
DES is that company. They're good company.
The only other question I had about the bleachers, the coloring, what about fading? How does that have any kind of warranty, I guess?
There is a warranty with it. It's a Kynar finish. It's one of the best metal finishes you're going to get. they guarantee it for many years. I mean, there'll be a little bit probably in 30 years. I don't think you'll see any, and certainly I've seen occasions where a section or like one piece, something about it just isn't right, and you know, we can certainly get that replaced if it's the case.
Any other questions?
It's painful to get here. Thank you.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
thanks, Jack.
It's on its way. It's going to be a busy summer at the high school, so I hope you're all ready for it. And,
Yeah. A busy fall and winter too.
yeah, one's indoors, one's outdoors.
Well, good luck at the soccer game. Hope you can get there soon.
Yeah, that'll be fun. Thank you. I have a couple.
Thanks for all your help,
extra
Jack.
copies too. Thank you.
I'm sure I got everything. I know a lot of people are here to hear about the bell schedule.
go
Is that
and do
okay?
that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you get the bell schedule? So, just move down a little bit. I know a lot of folks are here to listen about the bell schedule too. So, Ellen, if you go ahead and give us the information about that.
So there's lots of moving parts to this, and a lot of things have been going on the last 3 to 4 weeks. And there might be some confusion after I listen to some of the comments. I can see where some people would be confused. But the first thing I want to say is it is very hard to make schedules and to consider every piece of it and then to articulate all the pieces. And so I apologize if I leave some things out, but there's lots of moving parts in a schedule that we have to remember. After we had the last meeting, you asked me to go back and make another schedule. I went back and made 4 because I felt like we needed to look at it from all angles. But in the meantime, I had some high school teachers contact me, and they asked if I would meet with them after spring break to talk about the 7-period day. And so I did meet with them and talked to them for about an hour about the 7-period day and if it was something we could do. And so from that point, because the 7-period day has come up every year in some way, shape, or form, and with the cost of paying for the 6th period for teachers to teach, we just felt like the division could not support that. I did run the numbers based on the number of teachers who are teaching a 6th period now, and depending on the rate of pay you pay them, it would cost the division anywhere from $250,000 to $400,000. It's less if you pay them $25 a class. It's more if you pay them the average teacher hourly rate. So that's a lot of money. So I like I said, I met with those teachers, and they kind of said, here's your rabbit hole that you can go down to see what you could find out. So I talked to Kirsten Mosby quite quickly after that and asked her if she could run a mock-up to try to see what would it look like if we only had teachers teaching 5 periods and gave each a duty period and a planning period. And of course, Ms. Mosby, always being more than welcome to do anything, said, sure, let's try to run just a mock-up. And then Mr. Sellers agreed to help her. The mock-up just gives us an idea. It would take 40 to 60 hours to run a mock-up real schedule. Scheduling the high school is an enormous feat, and you would have to hand place a lot of kids. So it takes a long time. So we did kind of just a mock-up of numbers, which was great to have. At the same time, I called Giles High School principal because Giles has run a 7-period, 5-period, 1 duty, 1 planning schedule for 22 years. And they don't pay teachers for their duty period because it is not a teaching period. The code specifically says you cannot teach over 25 periods in a week. So I did talk to her, and then I said, can I have our high school leadership team meet with you to ask all kinds of questions, because I don't do this, the scheduling at the high school. That's really the high school that does that. So Dr. Grant and Mrs. Mosby, maybe Mr. Sellers was in there, I can't remember for sure, and I met with Giles High School principal on the phone. She was wonderful. And so she kind of walked us through it, and she gave us, she even offered this, she gave me the schedule before. She gave us her duty schedule and how she did it. She answered all kinds of questions for us. We asked about the benefits. We asked about the challenges. And she said there are some challenges. You do have some kids who are not going to get every class they want to take based on that. that's all, but that happens in every schedule we have. She said some of the benefits, and you know, there were things that we were like, well, that's a benefit. Of course, the duty periods, having our teachers in the hall during classes, maybe if that's their duty period, I'll give you a picture, it would be someone sitting strategically in the hall, maybe near a bathroom, who's kind of monitoring who's coming and going, because we know we have some big problems while classes are going on in the bathrooms. Okay, well that might help a little bit to kind of decrease challenging behaviors of the high school. So really gave us some good insight to that. Mrs. Mosby and Mr. Sellers finished running the numbers, and I met with them, and we went over the spreadsheet they handed me. And if you've run a schedule, you get this a little bit, but when you're looking at, I have 100 students that I'm going to teach, and I'm going to teach them in 5 periods. It's natural for us to go, oh, 100 divided by 5 is 20, so 20 per class. Well, that's not the way it flushes out. You know, you can think that you're hoping it'll get that way, but what happens is so many kids want this, so many kids want band, or so many kids want choir, and those classes begin to bottleneck or leave kids to get into a larger class. So a teacher might end up having 10 kids in one class, but 30 in another. It just can't roll out evenly, and we knew that. So what Cam did so well, and Mrs. Mosby, is they just talked about the discrepancy. And the discrepancy can be huge. It can be from, okay, even though you have 100 kids, you could have anywhere from 8 to 28 in a class. I mean, you have to know the discrepancy. And those classes would happen more in your English classes, because everyone has to take an English at the high school. Your PE classes, which can get very, very large. Some of your history classes, when you're trying to get that those standard credits in, and again, some of your math. So your core classes can run pretty big sometimes. And those are the classes that can really kind of it's a bigger discrepancy. Okay. But we still felt like we knew that there were teachers who had asked about it and were still wanting us to investigate it. So we decided to make 2 of the models have a straight 7-period day, because we wanted to know, is that really what everyone at the high school wants, or is that, we wanted to know what the majority, and the only way I can do that is to ask and to include that in the survey. So that's where the 7-period day popped up. So we had the hybrid and the 7-period, understanding that the 7-period means that a teacher will only be assigned 5 periods, 1 duty, and 1 planning. Now, the principal at Giles told me that she has teachers who come to her and say, I don't want a duty, I want 6 courses, I teach too many kids, I need smaller classes. And she says, you don't get paid for that, you know that, I can put them in 5. And the teacher says, I'm going to email you and tell you, I'll sign it, I don't want a duty, I want 6 classes lower teacher-student ratio in each class. And to me, that we need to know that from the teachers who want that. I think that's fair, and I was glad she shared that with us. So I did include that when I sat down to kind of create the 4 different models. The other thing, in the midst of all of this, we were studying the 4-day school schedule, and so there's a committee, I want to say, of about 25 teachers, parents, Ms. Swing's on there, who got a lot of articles from me. We had 4 school systems that are running a 4-day. Colorado State runs a huge 4-day program. Franklin City in Virginia, not Franklin County, but Franklin City in Virginia has recommended to have a 4-day schedule next year. There is a place called, I think, Grant Parish. In Louisiana, and I recently found one in Kentucky. So we met, that was the Monday meeting. It had nothing to do with the schedules that were in the survey. We met on Monday. People have read lots of articles. The committee was fine to say, let's give it 1 more month, some more articles we're going to read through. I'll start trying to draft a report for the board, kind of giving you an idea of what a 4-day looks like. But we are on tap to meet on May 30th in the afternoon. There's more reading on the platform, some podcasts, some newscasts. So we're doing our due diligence there. But that is separate from this. So I can see where the confusion came in there. Okay. So the first thing we did was, once we got the 4 schedules, we sent it to the faculty first to get their opinion on their work schedule. This is their work day. And I felt very, very passionate about them having a say in their work day. And so we sent out 4 schedules. And I'm going to pass these to you guys. Can I give one to Carrie?
Yes.
And then I'm going to show you those 4 schedules in a minute. I apologize. This is kind of small in here, trying to fit everything on one page. So the first survey went out to the teachers and the staff, the faculty and staff, and just the whole employee list. And you can go ahead, Stacy, and go to the next one. There were 4 different models that went out to them. There was a 2-day early release model. There was a 2-day late arrival, which we had talked about before. There was a half-day elementary, late arrival, middle, and secondary bell schedule, which is based on the hybrid schedule. And then there was a half-day elementary, middle, straight 7-period day, which is based on the 7-period high school day. You want to go to the next one? It was pretty close to the schedule that people wanted. And so the one that came down the pike first was the 2-day early release bell schedule. But close behind it then was the half-day elementary 7-period day. So those were the 2 schedules that rose up from this survey that then became the community survey. We landed on those. And there were 172 staff members that voted, I think. That's right there. 172 responses, which was great. And I think I sent that to you guys, the whole PowerPoint on that. Okay. So if you'll turn the next page, Stacy, thank you. So when I looked at the results, I tried to disaggregate them a little bit better. Because when you have high school, middle, and elementary schools voting, I didn't want the high school to dictate what the elementary wanted, and I didn't want the elementary to dictate what the high school wanted. So I kind of, what I did is I took the numbers, I went into the survey a little bit deeper and found the exact numbers of what each school wanted. And you can see there that the elementary fell on the 2-day early release or the half day, and the high school fell on the 2-day early release hybrid, or the half-day elementary and middle and high straight 7-period day. I wish I had better names for these. I'm so sorry. It was just for me to keep up with them, and I'm sorry the T is missing on the last one. So you can see what happened is the 2-day became one schedule to put out, and then the half-day and the 7-period day became the second one that were clustered. And they're based on each other. I mean, we have to be very, very conscientious of the times because we run our buses to serve both, all 4 schools. So option 1 was the elementary early release Thursday and middle option 1 on the survey became the elementary early release Thursday with the middle secondary straight 7-period schedule. And option 2 was the early release elementary, middle, secondary hybrid. So option 1 for high school was 7 straight periods. Option 2 for high school was the hybrid. Option 1 for the elementary was an early release on Thursday, and option 2 was 2 early releases, like the middle and high school. So if you'll go to the next screen, it just kind of breaks it down for you to see it, what they looked like. I know it's like a big drum roll, isn't it? Like, whoa. Sorry, we're going to get to the end here in a minute. So this is option 1 and what it looks like. The doors opening, and the highlighted dismissal on Thursday. If you go to option 2, if you'll scroll down, Stacy, thank you. This is the option 2. And these were on the survey. If you took it, you would see that they both were there. We wanted to make it pretty clear so everyone knew. And if you'll go to the next page, I think this helps you to So you'll see option 1 is at 53.7%, and option 2, I think I can't see it, is
46.3.
Thank you, 46.3%. If we'll go to the next slide, I'm going to show you one more thing I did. When I looked at the data, I kind of wanted to know, okay, if you were a teacher, if you were a parent, if you were a community member, even if you were a student. And so on this page, I went a little farther and said, okay, where did our parents fall? If you said you were a parent of some sort, whether you were a parent and a community member, a parent and a teacher, a parent and teacher community, if parent was in the word, I looked down, I looked at the votes, and you'll see parents, if you were a parent, chose option 1. If you look at the next one, were teachers, and they chose option 1. If you look at students, I thought this was kind of funny because some said student parents. So I guess parents were doing it maybe with their student, because I was like, parent. I didn't know, but that's okay. I think students and parents maybe were doing it together. But as you can see, students chose option 2 with that early release, and then community members chose option 1. So even if you break it down to the 4 groups, the 4 stakeholders, option 1 is still the option that came through. On the right-hand side of your document there and on the screen, it shows you how many people, 72 students, 369 parents, 45 teachers, 48 community members, and 5 administrators. The schools that were represented, 159 from McCarg Elementary, 195 from Bell Heath, 112 from Dalton, and 175 from Radford High School. There is another question that you might have, and I want to get to it before you ask me. For the 7-period day, because the high school didn't vote on an early release on that 7-period day, I felt like I was imposing something that wasn't voted on from the get-go, and I didn't add it to their day. When I met with them, they said they wanted a 7-period day, the group I met with said, would you please consider a 7-period day, 5 periods taught, 1 duty, 1 planning. They never said we still want an early release. And because I didn't put it in the original schedule, I felt that I would be imposing something that was not preferenced by them. I'm not saying we can't do that. I'm just saying that's why it's not here. So I wanted to make that clear. I do have an additional schedule with that in it, if that was something you wanted me to consider, and I can even tell you how it is much more equitable with planning. I can tell you that. It is. I just say that. So that's.
Because I had wondered,
Yeah.
when do they get to have their meetings and stuff?
Yeah.
You know?
And I felt like I was deceitful if I were to do that, because I didn't do that before. And I'm sorry, I didn't even think about it. I was more, I think I was more concerned about getting the 7-period day right in the way that they wanted to see it. So questions?
Thank you for all the work you put into this.
Sure.
It shows. Certainly appreciate it.
Are we prepared to make a decision tonight about this? Or do we need more time?
I'm prepared.
Yeah,
Mine as
I'm
well.
okay. I will say I've had parents ask me why that early release has to be on Thursday and can't be on Friday.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you why.
Okay.
My own bias. When we get calls about discipline, Thursdays aren't the easiest day. I don't know why, and maybe admin can help me here, but Thursday seems to be a day that for some reason, like I said, I don't know if there's some kind of moon something out there all the time on Thursdays or something, but it does seem to be a really hard day for students. And so I put it on Thursday because I felt like maybe that would help a child, maybe it would help our teachers.
I think that's a good reason.
One other thing with that too, Ms. Boyd, if you do it on Friday too, in some of the data that we've looked at too, the attendance team seems to drop some too.
Okay.
Because they'll take
They
the
just
whole
don't
day.
go all.
Right,
at
they
all.
just don't go
They
at
go
all.
ahead and take the whole day.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't have a problem with this. I just told parents I would ask.
So you said that you have another
I do.
version.
I
that
do,
has-
and it is, and I would have to work a little bit, so if you were to take, the schedule that's up there, on the, I don't have it, let me look at it for a minute. I have to work on it just a little bit to make sure that I'm getting the right amount of hours in for students, but I think I would be fine. What would happen, I think, is high school would get out somewhere around 1:15 on Thursdays, and I think that's how it would work out to make it even. But again, I would have to make sure of that once I crunch the numbers. I did some other different things with it that I don't know if I feel real comfortable with minutes. I really feel like our children need 15 minutes in each class. I will tell you this, the one thing I have to support here is it gives students 250 instructional minutes a week, and that is 25 minutes more than they're getting this year of a hybrid. So I did feel like, maybe, so. But I could work on that to create that, and I do not think it would at all jeopardize their time. I know that the high school's well over their time with a straight schedule. I do know that.
I have a couple of I'm prepared to vote, but I do have a couple of questions.
Sure.
The 8:45 start time,
Mhm.
how did we land there?
That was a busing. So when we talked about picking up kids too early, we had to flop it to make them come in later. The best I can do with that, unless you still want them getting on the buses in the dark, they'd have to come at 7:30 again, 7:20, because high school's starting at 8. It's our buses that drive the early morning time. And I did look at that too, to try to back it up. It is easier to take high school students first. They get on and off the bus much quicker, so then the buses are able to get to the elementary a little bit faster. Taking the elementary first is a little bit more difficult. It's just semantics with the buses. It really is.
So if we're starting that late, do we have a before school care program still?
We are still working.
Working with it.
And we talked to the YMCA of Blacksburg that's working with us for the summer program. It is written into the 21st Century Grant. I want to explain this too, so to make this clear. So the 21st Century Grant has parameters around the grant of who we can accept and who we cannot. And so we were working hard for the morning program to have parents apply, but there would be parameters around that. We can't help that. That is, we will get audited, and that question will come up, let me see your criteria. Same when we get audited by any of our federal, like Title I or any of those. So the criteria has to be met. But we also recognize that many of our working families struggle week to week. And so we want it to be conscientious of the working families in the morning, but also conscientious of those disadvantaged children in the afternoon who need extra remediation. It's one of those things that we're trying to serve more kids, just in different time spans. So in the morning, we would look at anybody we would say it's a working parent. That's part of the criteria. If you're not a working parent, the bus will pick you up as it normally does.
Fair enough, but it's not going to be either or, I don't guess, right?
What do you mean?
So you were talking about afternoons.
So the morning would be geared toward the criteria with those working families that meet that. The afternoon is always going to be geared toward disadvantaged students.
Is it income-based?
It is income-based.
Very similar to what we have going on right now.
Yeah, so is there an option, two working parents make too much money, but they still go to work too early? Those are the I guess the middle class or whatever that I would be the most concerned about.
I think what we would have to do is look at our numbers, first and foremost, and see where we're at there. And then, I don't know, maybe there's a possibility as time progresses, in the next month or two, we could say, how could we run two if we needed to, or what could we do here? I will tell you, and we were at United Way last night, and I do believe there needs to be some type of coalition that addresses childcare in Radford City, not through Radford City Public Schools, but in the city itself. You know, we can't be that thing for everyone. We can't. And I know that United Way is working so hard to provide that in other areas. To me, that needs to be a coalition for the city.
For the Southwest Virginia, everybody's really having a difficult time according to them last night.
And it needs to be properly licensed childcare and available to families that do work week to week, day to day.
Mm-hmm.
So I think out of this, maybe that will be something that could happen, that we could ask the city to partner with us to try to find ways to create that for families.
I hear what you're saying. I've just, my worry is we're back to where we originally were with starting too late, and the reason the community was in an uproar. One of the reasons.
Right.
We're still starting too late for them to drop their kids off on the way to work, for lack of a better way of describing it. I hope we can come up with something.
So I did ask that too, so you will know, and I did get those numbers. So because I didn't tell you this, but on the teacher surveys, there were other questions that we included that teachers had asked us, like assigned days versus unassigned days, like professional days versus, you know, other days. We did also ask our elementary teachers, would you like for the division to study hiring aides for recess and lunch duty? And 70% said no. And I think that has to do with teachers are really, really good at understanding developmental play. They're great refs. And they know how to let kids play, and they know when to, you know, counsel them, assist them. But and Michelle Green actually has done this before, but what happens a lot of times is if you're not really well trained, there's a lot of discipline that happens on the playground. And so I can understand why they said no right now, but I'm not saying that we will ignore that. I don't think we ignore it. We kind of look at that and see, well, would that be something we could do later on? I did look at that to see, I have so many papers here, to see how many folks actually asked for it. And I think I came up to 96, if I get this right, and I thought I had it here with me, 96 at Bell Heath, and then maybe, I can't remember this, I wanted to say it's 68, but I don't think that was it. So we did ask that. On the survey I asked, because I wanted to know how many kids we're looking at in that program. I didn't.
If it helps any, I mean, just because I did run the numbers off of what you ran, and I really appreciate you doing that, those questions. Rough math with one student versus two students, because the 3 or 4 or more didn't come up as any recognizable number on what we were provided. But with that, at McCarg, we're looking at 85 plus students, and at Bell Heath, we're looking at 105.
I think you're right.
So
and what I did is
190 students total.
There were 2 families that said 4.
Sure.
So,
yeah,
but it sounds close to what.
Statistically,
Yeah.
it's a low enough.
Right.
You know, we
and
love all of our
obviously
students,
not,
but you know,
yeah, and not
statistics are
everyone
what they are.
took the survey.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. But the ones who did, it
Yeah.
gave us a good insight to, okay, this is how many would need it. And I do feel like the programs we're looking at can sustain that. I do think that
If
can
they
support
qualify.
it. Well, I didn't say if you qualified. I said, would you need care?
Okay.
And that's the numbers that came up on the survey.
Yeah, it was, I mean, just for everyone's benefit, if you didn't see it, if we'll be utilizing Insert to School Early Riser Morning Program for the 23-24 school year, how many children would attend the school? Mm-hmm. And then it was, 1, 2, 3, 4 or more. I mean, 190 students, rough math, is a substantial amount of
Remember,
of
you
people.
got 2 buildings.
Sure.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, at the same time, logistically, it's a number that stands out.
We used to put over 250 children in a cafeteria with 1 aide.
Sure.
I don't ever want to go back to that.
I remember going into the cafeteria or into the gym, and you had clubs and different groups around the area, and
yeah.
there probably were more adults present than I remember, but at the age I really didn't pay attention.
Yeah.
So yeah. I can appreciate that, but it did accommodate an issue, a need in the community the best way they had at the time. Do we have a better opportunity now? I would like to think so. I hope so. You know, I'm optimistic to think that we do. I want to see that. But I think this is something, you know, again, thank you for putting it in there. It's something we have to accommodate. We're not saying, you know, provide childcare. We're saying we have to care for the children. And I think that's an important distinction that I've tried to make to people who have asked me. You know, no, we don't recommend that we were providing childcare on the city's dime, but we are going to care for every child who needs it.
I did, I am not an advocate of this. I'm just going to say this, but I did run it for kicks and giggles. I don't know why. If you reduced the periods at the high school to 48 minutes instead of 50, you could start high school at 8 and end them at 2:45. So you could reduce some of the elementary and move them back a little bit. I don't know if I could ever get to opening it at 7:45 again. That's the thing. And yes, we did it for years. I was the principal there. Mr. Graham was the principal there when we did it. And it never felt good to me. It just, you put too many kids in now with everything we hear about.
Safety issues.
Yeah, so I think we will look at it again. I'll sit down with Jeff Smith again. I think we need to land on a schedule though, because we've got IEPs to write. We've got schools to start planning for the next year. I will continue to work to see what we could do.
I do know that in talking with Montgomery County, my wife's a Montgomery County teacher. They don't start really at Bellevue at least. I don't know, maybe Kelly and Tara know too. I think they're closer to 9 with their elementary schools too.
I did poll the area schools. I got about 13 of them, and yes, Montgomery County doesn't start until 9.
Now, don't they have a program routinely?
It's a paid.
They have the Adventure Club.
Right, that's
Yeah, they do. And that's something we could look into too as a separate option.
And that's fairly expensive too.
Yeah.
I don't want to beat a dead horse with it. I just wanted to acknowledge that's what stands out to me in both schedules is the late start time of elementary.
Okay.
And do what you can is what I would ask. The other thing I would ask is, in fairness to the middle and secondary, I'd love to know if they want to release that one day.
So I will.
Again, I'm prepared to vote, but I would like that
So
to be
let me kind of jump in here to tell you what the I have no idea what that is. What the con of that is. So if I still think they need planning though. So if you release the middle and high school early for those kids who have sporting events or practice, getting them back to the school can be problematic. And what will happen is students decide to hang out.
Where we really can't, because if we're trying to get planning and collaborating too, we would need to hire folks to come in
And now the only thing I could tell you is, we can look at that. We've done that late arrival now for a couple years, and we could do a late arrival on that day. We have to remember that high school students will sleep in, so we know they're safe at home sleeping in typically. When they leave early, we don't know what they're doing when they leave, and then getting back to school is difficult. But I do think I have no problem working some type of additional planning time. I just need to know when.
I just want to know if they want it.
Then I can
That's
ask.
what I'm after.
So
yeah, and then
can
a
I do
decision
this?
can be made.
Can we say then, would it be okay for you to say we'll go with I'm not telling you what to vote. I'm just kind of pretending. We'll go with the option 1, but I will poll the high school and the middle school and say, do you want the extra planning? And if you did, would you want it during the morning or the afternoon on that Thursday?
That's where I'm at. Yeah.
And then I can let you know
Since that was left out, I think that
Okay.
to me would
That's not a
close the
problem.
circle of everything
Sure.
you've done.
No problem.
Does anybody else have other questions? Okay. Is anyone interested in making a motion to moving the 23-24 school calendar and bell schedules to an action item?
I make a motion, we move the bill schedules to an action item.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, we've moved it to an action item. Thank you so much for
Thank
all of
you.
your work. And thank you for everybody who's come out and who's filled in the surveys and who's been a part of all of this work to figure this out.
Thank you.
How do you get back up?
We'll go back to the top one that we had there, and I talked to all of you about the RCPD and request to have communication within our schools, and we were going to talk about that as a group to see if that's something that we wanted to do. Basically, just to give you an overview, it is taking one of their digital, Stacy's going to have to help me here with the technology. I can't remember what type of walkie-talkie it was that they would have down at the dispatch that would funnel all our communication down there to them. I think Mr. Calfee.
Are you talking about using? I mean, they're using a ham system with the digital trunking, correct?
Yes, Officer Connor is
Okay.
out there. He might.
But not all of our frequencies are digital. That's the problem. You know, we have Bell Heath still using analog. High school's using digital.
There you go. The one on my left is a digital ham radio with security trunking on it. Those frequencies are public knowledge. You can monitor, you cannot transmit on those frequencies even if you're licensed, and I am. So as far as a security cautionary issue, it's public domain. You know, it's public access. It's monitored by the FCC. That radio was $24 on Amazon. Anybody can buy it. You do a search online, you pick it up. There's the frequency. You program it with the trunking code, and you can listen to it all day. The other one is a GMRS radio. You still have to have a certification for that, but there's no test, no nonsense. It's $35, and that radio actually is about $65 on Amazon. A lot of businesses use that. You know, I use it on some commercial sites, etc. It's similar, but you go from there. Then you have what's called an FMRS radio, which we should never ever use in the schools. It's a family radio service. That's what, you know, mom and dad use at Disney to make sure that, you know, kid 1 and kid 2 don't run away with a $20 turkey leg without getting permission. I've heard some concerns. I mean, not to overspeak on this, Mr. Graham, but
That's okay.
I've heard some concerns about we want to make sure that there's no information released that would involve a student or a teacher or faculty admin that could be received by anyone. Folks, it's already there. I mean, quite literally, this one's set up, Radford University, Radford Water and Power, the fire department, Ramsey in Dublin. Those are all public access channels. You can listen to it. Anyone can, you know. If you want to transmit on those, you do have to have a license. My number's on the back of this one. You know, it's just one of those things. It's, from my point of view, using the technology, and I've used it for several years as a licensed technician, I think it's another tool in the toolbox we can provide to our SROs and our officers that, frankly, if they come to us and say they have a tool available, we want them to be able to access it, I think they should have it. You know, safety is the safety of our most precious asset in Radford City is simple to me. If they're telling us they need it, we recognize them tonight. I want them to have it. It is public access. Like I said, a Google search, and you can get not only the frequency to be on, but you can get the tone in order to access it. It's simple. It's
The only concern, so I did talk to Rodney about it.
Sure.
Like you all asked me to, and his concern, because it is our network, correct, is that it could be constituted as a student record and FOIable. That was his major concern, which could be, you know, could have some confidentiality issues. I mean, this is, you all decide on this, but I'm just relaying what he had told me to.
From my understanding, and Stacy, correct me if I'm wrong if you're aware, but our schools are already using GMRS radios within the school network, which is going to be the lovely orange one. You do have to have a channel. Sometimes you have to have a repeater. You have to be on the right frequency for it to work, but you talk amongst each other, admin to our SROs currently, etc. Again, there's one of those radios that's a higher powered one that's in my truck, I actually hear what's going on around Bradford University and their system. They use the same radios, and Bradford High School and, well, Bradford City Public Schools uses a access limit off of what the university was issued by the FCC, just so you know.
Okay.
It's, again, it's listed publicly on FCC. You can look it up. You're using a GMRS system. It's actually not as secure. I've actually got cross chatter coming from the schools driving to work because I have mine set on scan because I never know what work site I'm gonna be on, what they're using there. So as I'm driving through town in my truck, I'll actually pick up cross chatter from the schools. I'm like, oh, hey, somebody's going to go clean this up in the hallway. Have fun. It's already there. You know, it's just a matter of, you know, is it a technicality of the police department and their dispatch keeping a digital record of that because they're required to for legal purposes?
Yeah, they can't record it.
Yeah.
I know that for a fact. He said
Yeah.
you cannot have that recorded. It would just it still would constitute, like, for instance, the example he gave was a student who had some discipline at the high school, for example, and it comes across the to one of the administrators, and it's picked up on down at the department. That could constitute a student record.
And my point behind bringing this in and sharing this information with you all is to let you know it can already be done.
Yeah.
I mean, it's simple enough to, if I were to set up my radio in my truck to digitally record onto the hard drive, I could. I don't for that reason. One, I don't care.
Yeah.
But I mean, that information's already out there.
Well, and they said, Stacy, right? They weren't going to record them.
They're not going to record.
Yeah.
I mean,
But it is something that maybe we need to look into since, is it me?
It's the TV, the wireless signal. We've never ran wireless, and I think it's interfering with the frequencies that.
Gotcha.
Mines.
But
Chris has a radio that'll work.
Yeah.
actually, I have 3 before I go to the truck, and I got 4 more. But
So it looks as though this is something we need to look into further for what we currently are using.
I'll give you my feedback. I'm not comfortable. I'm on a totally different page. I understand it can be hacked, and not everybody pulls a radio out of their pocket to say it's available. Our network could be hacked, and student records could be obtained by people who are smart enough to do it right. I'm uncomfortable with it. I think we have an SRO there with the radio who can contact them immediately anyway. The SRO has a school radio to hear that. That's my opinion. I don't have a strong opinion, but I have no desire to give a direct pipeline to the police force of our chatter, of our custodians, our principals, and things like that. If somebody like yourself wants to hack it, then I mean, sure, it can be done, but
No,
that's my opinion. It's not
the,
strong, but I feel like we have an SRO that can react like that anyway.
We had the RCPD came to Stacy and me and just asked us if we could consider it, so I'm bringing it to you all and telling you what Mr. Young had told us and the concerns that he had, so you all could make a decision.
So I would assume that not only would the police station have it, that all emergency services, your fire department, rescue squads, all of that could be able to hear all of that as well.
they're on different frequencies, so unless they were to, and it typically, again, my experience, typically you're not going to have cross chatter, so you're not. I mean, again, experience. You know, fire chief is not going to go in and monitor the police line. The police line, that's why they have dispatchers. They're not going to deal with that. So I think the risk of that is minimal. You're going to have more of a risk of a amateur radio nut going out there scanning frequencies, going, hey, what's going on? And honestly, if that's the most interesting thing they hear out there, they need to travel more.
One of the safety features that we do have coming with a grant that we received is an emergency contact button for our offices, which will help. That'll help a lot, which will be tied directly to dispatch and to. So
But
that helps too.
for me, in the meantime, if our police have asked to be able to have a radio to be able to communicate within house, I don't see that that's an issue.
Well, all our SROs have.
They have them
They
on.
have, like,
That's my point.
Derek has his on.
So
or
what
probably
would be
not
the
now, but-
reason to have another second radio?
They wanted to dispatch to know what was going on without, maybe the SRO is tied up, or he's in an altercation and he, rendered unable to fulfill his duties. They want dispatch to know if a teacher or the office, like, we've got a problem here, you know, not having to pick up and dial 911. They got the radio on right then and there. That's what they're after.
Or there's an
They're
intruder.
trying to
One
step out.
example was an intruder is taken over, and the office has no way of alerting anybody, or a classroom has no way of alerting anybody. It would come up on the chatter on the radio. So that's kind of the information. But I think that Rodney makes a very good point too, that student records are very confidential.
But you did mention that the RCPD did mention they would not record.
Yes, they told us they wouldn't record. But he even said if it comes across like a discipline incident like that, that it could be considered a student record too. So that,
Okay.
leave that one up to you all.
What, are you asking us to vote on it?
You don't have, I mean, that's up to you.
So if we don't vote on it, it doesn't happen?
It doesn't happen.
Yeah, I don't want to vote on
Could we table it? I
Sure.
don't know, but, and
I can just
see.
go back to them and say that we're tabling it for the time being to get more
I mean,
And
information.
give the
could
reasons
he
why we have
come?
concerns. Yeah, they could come and discuss it.
Yeah.
Sure.
Because I don't feel like I have enough information.
Mr. Eric, we can get Mr. Martin to come.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you.
The summer school that we have, very grateful for our staff that are willing to do this for us. The summer school and the feeding that goes along with it. So our secondary is going to start the Monday after the last day of school, or the last day the teachers are there, run through June 22nd, Monday through Thursday, 8 to 1. And those will be really only the kids who can only the students who actually qualify to come to summer school, needing SOLs or graduation requirements, things of that nature. There will be, so we were designated, believe it or not, Radford City was designated, so was Pulaski, as a urban region. And so because of that, if when we open up our schools to summer school and somebody wants to eat that's not actually in summer school, they can come do it, but they have to eat it on campus. It's no longer can be taken off campus. Then our elementary will run June 17th to August 4th. Now, we're trying to make it 8 to 5, with 8 to 12 being the academic portion, and then lunch, and then 12:30 to 5 is the enrichment through the YMCA program. That we met with them last week. They're still trying to get the appropriate amount of personnel that we need to make that happen. If it doesn't happen, we'll just run the 8 to 12, and then you can see the kinder camp there is 7:17 to 8:42 Monday through Thursday at McCarg, and that one is 8 to 12. And again, while summer school is available or open, folks can come into the schools and eat breakfast and lunch. If we get the 8 to 5, we'll have dinner too. YMCA will provide dinner.
That's great.
So those are the summer school feeding. And then we also, I know you all do a wonderful job with Bobcat Backpack. We have emergency crisis fund here that Connie's worked hard to develop, and if people are in need and they can contact us, we can help them there too. So we'll have that as well. Those of you that are new to the board or newer to the board, we in the past 2 years we've taken the July 4th week off for kind of a opportunity to really just shut down and save some money. Our utilities have really been high this year, and it would allow us. The 4th is on a Tuesday, so and we are off on Fridays because of the 10-hour 4-day week. So if you guys would be
4, 5, 6.
yes, it'd be that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and we'd shut everything down, turn everything off, just like we have in the past. If you're okay with that.
Okay. Do you need us to vote on that?
No, you don't have to just do. I mean, unless you changed it.
Okay.
And then the attendance that you have in front of you, boy, we've worked really, really hard on this, and appreciate what the staff and our administrators have done with this too, because it's moving up, which is great, and a lot of school divisions are really having a hard time with it. As a system right now, we're at almost they round that up for your accreditation, it's 95, about 95%. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we don't have it in front.
We
of
don't.
us.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay.
Which
Which is the item you want?
The attendance one.
Attachment we had.
Thank you.
And kind of go to the far right, Carrie.
The far right?
You
Mm-hmm.
can go to the bottom and.
Yeah, bottom.
Make it smaller too, bottom right. Sometimes 45%. Which is usually what I need.
It's just making that one square smaller.
Just hit the minus button.
Go to your upper left, far upper left.
Click that gray carrot,
Yeah, there.
the gray triangle.
Down, down. Under age 20.
Oh, okay, right there.
Hit.
That keypad is so difficult.
It's like having a passenger seat drive.
Did you
Yeah.
want me to move, then I can use this?
Then you should be able to.
See the minus button to the left of that?
Forget it, just
It's all good, just scroll,
Forget it,
just scroll over, we'll
hard.
survive.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
I'm on insane. I don't know how to get this.
Other way.
I can go all the way to the other
Other
way.
way. There you go.
Hey, there we are.
There we go. There you go.
Thank you.
So you can see that Rapid High School is at 94. Dalton is really close to 94. Bell Heath is really good at 96. And the McCarg is 95. And I'm sure that the Rapid City virtual program is very high too. So we're at 94.5, which is what we need for accreditation purposes, which is great. So
It's excellent.
then you can see the total free and reduced lunch too. That's really hard to I'm not sure that's accurate because since we're CEP eligible at Bell Heath, McCarg, and John Dalton, we don't really have those percentage numbers because of
Yeah,
that.
that's what I was thinking when I looked at it.
Didn't we get some information about the high school for the rest of the year when it comes to lunch?
We're lucky we have the funding to give them all free breakfast and free lunch.
But the à la carte things are not
It is
included.
not- they're
So
not
free breakfast
eligible.
and free lunch at all of the
Correct,
schools.
yes.
For the remainder of the
But
year.
not à la carte for the high school. That still has to be paid.
Correct.
Or Dalton, yeah. And if somebody has, if a student has money on their account, we have to like deplenish that first and we'll reimburse them. But you have to use that according to the way that we're doing it with her system. Now, if they don't have any money on their account, or if they have charges to their account too, we're paying for that as well.
Okay,
And we feel like that we'll be able to do that through June 1st.
that's great.
And then the discipline report, can you pull that one up, Carrie?
Now we finally.
Yeah, okay. I was looking for discipline.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oof, okay.
And
I can figure out this.
There you go. That one's a lot easier. There. That works.
Right there?
Sure.
Okay.
so the reason that we had a FOIA request, and the reason that it costs that amount of money is because it takes our Director of Information Technology 6 to 8 hours to put this report together because she has to kind of hand enter some things too. And with the FOIA policy and FOIA regulations, you have to charge a certain amount for your personnel. So that's why, I mean, we weren't trying to inflate it by any stretch of the imagination, but that's the reason why. But you can see on here the numbers just to go, if you go to the total incidents there, the first column or second column beside the name of the schools, you had 125 incidents in April. And then if you go all the way down to all the way to the far right, you had 104 students involved. Now, this is pretty good news for us because in March, we had 176 incidents and then 191 students involved, so it is dropping dramatically. Luckily, again, we talk about the ones that the area that's the biggest concern is our persistently dangerous category there, and we still have none for this year, which is exciting. looking good. So, questions on that?
It's wonderful to see the downward trend.
Yes, absolutely. A lot of that is our staff working so hard to make that happen too. And then I wanted to make you aware of regulation GBMA. It was a 2010 regulation that was made by, it was made before I got here. It really is a little bit in conflict with what the VSBA does for GBMA, which they had in February of 2022. And the regulation is the support staff grievance policy. And I would just ask that we remove the regulation because the VSBA has done a really nice job of putting their policy, and that's the one we should really use. So that's regulation that we just want to make you aware that we were taking the regulation out and just going to use GBMA, the policy. A lot of days in the amount of time to grieve. So involving me, you all, the VSBA policy makes it a lot quicker to move forward with the grievance as the regulation does not. So it takes a lot of time before you're able to finish if there is a grievance, it takes a long time to finish the grievance, where the VSBA policy makes you complete that grievance in a lot quicker time frame.
So we're taking out a regulation?
We're taking out the Radford City regulation.
A policy?
No, the policy's there already. We're just taking out the regulation.
And the regulation has been retracted?
It will be.
Okay.
It's in there right now, but once you all give me your support, we'll retract the regulation, just leave the VSBA policy, which it's too.
Both of them are there now.
Correct.
And we just want to take the regulation?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes,
That's
because it's a 2010 regulation that was
Right,
created
this
with
is updated.
nobody here
Mhm.
that's currently here. So I don't know why. I think Carrie, you said they created it because there was a riff. There was a riff time at one point, right?
There was a time when, because you had there was a possibility we were going to have to lay off a bunch of people, and it ended up that we got funding to help keep those staff, but they had already put in place and developed that regulation.
Okay.
It was like 2008, 2009, it was.
It makes
coming at the
it makes it a
end.
whole lot clearer on what we're supposed to do if there is a grievance filed.
And it is something just as, again, because as a policy person for the bank, regulation is Radford City regulation,
Correct.
not state or federal.
No, sir.
Okay, I want to make sure.
No, it's a Radford City regulation. and
Policies
we-
are great and wonderful
we-
things, but
yeah,
they're not going to override a reg when it comes
No,
down
we,
to it. So.
well, we really should be going by what the VSBA has.
Right.
Because they're our policy.
Okay.
Do I need to move that to an action item?
No, because it's just a regulation. I wanted you to be aware of
Okay.
it. If we were changing the policy, you would.
Right, okay.
One last thing too. So we're in the middle of testing season right now, and I wanted to make you aware that John Dalton's starting. Bell Heath is right in the middle of everything, and right now they've just done a super job, and very pleased with everything that you all are doing with your testing too. Overall reading right now is 85%, and that could increase with expedited retakes. The math was unbelievable. It's 90.75, which is up from 76% last year.
Wow.
But the subgroups in reading, the subgroup 1, level 2, which is special education, is up 73.24% from 58%. That's amazing. That's
this is all at John Dalton?
great. John Dalton's starting now. They're starting now, and then for reading subgroup 2, which is African American, it's up 81.3% from 74% last year. And then math for subgroup level 2, which is special education, it's up 63.16% from 52% last year. And then our African American is up 89.66%, and that's up from 62% last year. So you all are rocking it.
Great job, Belgi.
Very good. And that's all the reports I have.
That's fantastic. All right, reports of board members. I was going to mention the listening tour. We've got the opportunity for folks in our community. You can be a parent, a teacher, a student, or just somebody in the community who's interested in coming and meeting with us. This is happening next week.
Yes.
And we've got locations on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at each of the schools. And you can contact the building office for the school on the date that you would like to attend, and they will put you on our schedule. We've got lots of open spots, and we'll be paired up 2 by 2 by 1 by something. We're figuring this out as we go along. And so we would love to see you all for 15-minute time slots. You have any other board comments?
Just want to mention real quick about MGA, since we recognized Carol and the students earlier today. There's another component of that a lot of people aren't or may not be aware of. The students who participate in that also have to do community service hours and attend school board meetings and town council meetings in addition. So they really are phenomenal students. And when they mentioned before that it seems like some of those students come in prepared like this is their state finals, it really is. Because there's a lot of effort. I know, Mr. Graham, you and I talked about it, with your child's participation. It really is an in-depth way for that person to understand exactly what it is to be a responsible member of the community. So I certainly want to commend them again for all the work they've done, and Ms. Carol and Ms. Argerbright for helping out with it. Mr. Keister, offered you coffee, buddy. You turned me down. I don't know what to say, but it's a little bit of an overshare, but thanks. It's great to see.
Transparency.
Yeah, I know, right?
You asked for transparency.
Careful what you wish for, I guess.
All right, any other new business from our members?
I was just going to say I volunteered for duty-free lunch a couple of days last week, which is always interesting. And Ms. Green even had a few minutes to sit down so we could chat, which was really nice. I enjoyed it. Yeah.
Good. And we've got teacher appreciation continuing to go
I
on.
only had 2 students throw up their lunch in their tray.
Excellent.
No.
And a couple that were perfectly talking and everything's fine, and the next thing I know, there's tears and you're like, and teachers do this every day, all day long.
Every day. Yep. And so
But I can see why having lunchroom aides probably doesn't help the teachers in the long run, because the children push the limits with us.
Well, sometimes they
And
don't
so then
know.
they have to calm them back down after they get to the classroom. And I get it. I used to be one, and so I do know.
Yeah. But it was fun.
Good deal. I know I donated some food to the middle and high school, and so there's still opportunities the rest of this week. There are some sign-up geniuses out there for Dalton Intermediate and for the high school if folks would like to send some snacks in to appreciate our teachers.
And if you forgot what you signed up for, they'll take whatever you bring in.
Whatever you bring in.
Isn't that right?
I could just recognize McCarg. I use their gym a couple days a week, and I appreciate how accommodating you guys are. What a fantastic facility, and I've probably been in there 75 times now. So I'm really happy with the way the gym turned out.
We got to redo the
really
floor
nice
again,
space. I mean, there's some things like that, but overall, I mean, we had a cafegimatorium before that we used to try and use, and you had to work around. I mean, not breaking your neck if you go out of bounds.
Yeah, right.
So it's really nice. I would ask one thing. I come through there in the mornings, and I always turn the lights off. It's always on at 4 a.m.
We're working on it.
Gym lights. But you can cut them off. I always turn them off. But I don't know if others are.
Yeah, the sensors are the problem.
Turn themselves on.
We just sent a punch list to our architects, and they relayed it to the contractors. So it's a battle every time too.
Yeah, you talked about energy use and electric bill. I could imagine what that is every day.
Yeah.
It looks like they burn 24/7.
I know it. When we go by in the evening, sometimes they're on too, and I'll go by and turn them off, and come back the next morning, they're back on. It's like a ghost.
Okay.
So.
It was just an
Jen,
observation.
One more thing too. I went to the revealing, dedication, opening of the chimney sweep tower chimney at McCarg. And I learned so much about chimney sweeps that I didn't know, and I can't imagine watching those videos and having those kids and teachers be able to apply the learning that's gonna provide there on their campus. It matches the school building. I just want to commend everyone that was involved in that project and getting it up.
Yeah,
Have we seen any birds in it?
Well, Stacy has a special shout out to him too, because he's spent an enormous amount of time over there getting everything to work out. And we've seen an owl, right? we haven't seen
There's
it.
been an owl sitting on top of it.
I see it up there all the time.
And
I haven't seen
what we learned was nesting, only one pair of birds nests in the chimney. But during migration is when the masses of birds are in the chimney, taking their snooze before they fly off the next day.
That's a bird
I mean-
Airbnb.
Yeah. And they showed the little nest, the little ledges they build out of sticks and hooked to the wall. On the inside, it's like a little hammock hooked to the side of the wall because they don't. I was fascinated. I had to go home and look up chimney sweeps. And they identified the sounds, the calls, so that, and I'm going, I've heard those before. It's
Excellent.
interesting.
All right, I have one last thing. It has, was brought to me and it was mentioned here this evening, the letter from our last meeting that Mr. Graham read, and I wanted to address that. It was a letter that Mr. Graham brought to me before the meeting that I had the opportunity to read beforehand. It was recommended by me that he not read that at all, and he made the choice to read it, which is why I didn't stop him from reading it in the moment. So that was a choice that was made. I am more than happy to make a motion or to receive a motion to strike that letter from the record if that's what the board would like, because we do value all of our folks, and I read it every month that we are not to attack our staff, and it did come across that way. And so I don't know if any other board members feel the same or would like to make a comment.
I thought it was inappropriate. I'll just leave it at that. I thought it was very inappropriate. I did not read it beforehand. But in the middle of reading it, I myself was wondering why we weren't stopping it.
But what do you do about the fact that it's still on?
It's still on record. Well,
No, that's,
I have no problem making I'll make a motion that we strike it from the minutes and official record of the school.
okay. I would second that.
So do you think that we need to,
edit the video.
I don't know how you edit the video.
How do you do that?
But the minutes. That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
Do you want me to bring the minutes back to the next meeting with the? Okay.
Yes, I think that would be fine. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Gloria did.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Motion passes. All right, moving on to our action items. We have the reimbursement resolution for the VPSARP SOL web-based 2024.
That's for us to continue to purchase things to buy network and servers and things for our SOLs, and we pay for that initially, and then we get reimbursed through the SOL web grant.
Okay.
So just need your all approval to do that.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve the reimbursement resolution VPSARP 2024?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. The Perkins Plan too, Mr. Roberts really wanted to be here with us tonight, but he's in Floyd at a track meet. And since we moved the meeting, I told him I would take try to take charge of what but he works very hard in getting this ready. And so he sent me something with the Perkins grant. It just says each year our school system is given roughly $28,000 to put towards CTE programs. In years past, we have used the money for conferences, certifications, and various equipment upgrades and additions. At the beginning of each school year, the CTE department meets and discusses whose needs are the most urgent. Those needs are the top priority of the department, and we make sure that the needs are met. After that, we spend the remaining amount replacing broken equipment and trying to keep our programs as close to the industry standards as possible. The CTE department at Radford High School does an amazing job at working together to make the department the best it can be. And so that's the Perkins. So he's written the Perkins plan. We just need your all's approval to send it in to see how much money we get from it.
All right. So do I have a motion to approve the Perkins plan for 2023, 2024?
I make a motion to approve the Perkins plan for submitting.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion
Thank you.
passes.
And Mr. Hill, I know there he is. He's here to, it's grant time of year, so he's here with the 6B grant.
All right, I'll try to go through this as quickly as possible, but please, if you have any questions, just let me know. Do you need to pull it up? Do what? It should be on.
Yeah, it's on there.
Which
Right there.
Perkins?
No,
No,
third one
VIB.
down. Third one.
Annual
No.
plan or-
Yeah.
There you go.
It's the annual plan?
Whoop.
Yeah, this is it. So I put it on a slideshow. It's a little bit easier to read than the Excel workbook.
Let's see if that's what else.
Do- This is fine.
Is this what you want?
Yeah, this is what I want.
Okay,
Yep.
sorry.
Yeah, just scroll down. All right, go up one. You want me to control it?
I think we're gonna have to.
We make Jack and then we don't make our own people.
Aw.
All right, so the first sheet here, this is not part of the plan, but I always like to let you guys know and the community know what our current, this is our December 1st child count. So every year we submit this, currently how many students we were serving in our division. And they're broken down by school and disability labels at the top. But our total for RCPS is 235 students. So these are students who meet criteria under IDA. Okay, this is not our 504 population. This is our students that have an IEP. And then the 160 is our STRIDE students. So it brings our child count to 395. All right. So the first part of this application is how did you utilize the funds from last year? So the funds from last year we funded with this grant. We funded 5.26 special education teachers, or positions, excuse me. 3.26 were teachers, one special education paraprofessional, part of a school psychologist salary, and then part of an educational evaluator salary. So the remainder of the money was used on various professional development for our our special education staff, instructional materials and supplies, and then we're required to set aside a certain amount of funds every year for our parentally placed students, maybe in a private school or home instruction that still requires services. So that is how we utilize the money from last year. Scrolling down here. So there's essentially two pots of money in this grant. There's a K through 12 and then a pre-K. So this is pre-K only special education. This isn't VPI funds or local funds. And this comes in around $13,000 every year, and we utilize that money for OT and PT services. We contract those services out. We use H2O Health. So out of that preschool special education grant, it was all used for purchase services, and some was left over for materials. And come on now. All right. So for this upcoming going into next year, as you can see, the total is $381,374.13. 305 of that, as you can see, it's pretty much in salary. It's about all of it really is in salaries and those positions that I shared with you. Fixed costs is those benefits, and the teachers that we support on this grant. 1.87 teacher at McCarg Elementary School, 0.6 salary at Bell Heath, 1.79 at Radford High School, and 0.6 paraprofessional at McCarg Elementary School. School psychologist part-time, and the educational evaluator. So with the preschool grant, the remaining of the money, when you take away the salary, comes out around $9,500, and we'll use that money to purchase services for trainings for our teachers, any materials and supplies that are requested per IEP, and once again, we have to set aside money for our home instruction students. So how will we use the preschool grant? This is a little bit different than last year. We're going to put some of it in salary to fund a paraprofessional in our preschool program, and the remaining of that is used for our contracted OT and PT services. Here in Radford City Schools, we have 15 special ed teachers. We have 1 1/4 early childhood special education teacher. So this teacher is providing they're providing services for our students who are 2 years old through 6. And then we have 22 paraprofessionals full-time, and then the 0.33 part-time. We have 2 speech and language pathologists, 1.5 school psychologists, and then an educational evaluator, half-time. The other part of her duty, she's a English language learner teacher. And then we have an hourly employee to do our sociological evaluations for testing. These are our parent interviews. And then keeps getting bigger on me here. So executive director of special education, that's me. We have a special education office manager, it's Terry Edwards. Over the last 2 years, we have used one of our retired teachers to kind of help us with some just mentoring to some of our young teachers. It's an hourly basis position. And then, like I said, we contract out physical therapy and occupational therapy and vision impairment services. We also have a parent resource center staff. It's a separate grant, but those are 3 hourly employees working 15 hours a month. That's all I got. You guys have any questions?
Thank you, Daniel.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate
Thank
everything
you.
there. So, just like the Perkins, we need your all's approval on this one too.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the VIB and preschool annual plan for 23-24?
I make a motion to approve the plan.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you very much, Daniel.
All right, great. Thank you. And just recently too, we were able to visit Virginia Tech and get some what you're sitting in right now, which is nice, and what you all are sitting out there that didn't cost us hardly anything. It was great. They're good partners, but we need to surplus what we replaced. So we need you all to.
Should have noticed this thing didn't squeak like that. I didn't realize it.
So,
All right. Do I have a motion to approve the surplus purchases?
I move to approve the surplus purchases.
Okay. Motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you all for doing that.
thank you. And then the salary scale that you have in front of you too. Carrie's worked very, very hard on this. We did increase the 0 year of experience a little bit to try to make us as competitive as we can be. Oh, I'm sorry, you want to pull that up, Carrie? The very top, right? For the teaching salary, and then there's a 5% increase at each level. And one of the questions we got was, what happens if you're off the level? Will you still get that 5% increase if you're a 31, 32, 33-year veteran to that too? We're extremely competitive in Region 7. We're actually getting more competitive with Montgomery County. I've heard they're not giving a raise this year, so it'll even make us more competitive. We're actually ahead of them in the middle and at the end. So I think it's a really good salary scale, and certainly appreciate, Carrie, all the work that you have done to do that. Now, the other salary scales that you can see there too, if you scroll down, and these are just really a direct result of the 5% increase that we're trying to give teachers. And we are hearing that when I was at my VAST conference last weekend, there is still some scuttlebutt about maybe getting another budget that would allow us to give 7%. And if that's the case, we'll still do that.
Did anything change from the last time we saw it?
Just the 5%, and us moving the teacher salary from moving it up a little bit to be a little bit more competitive with a beginning year teacher. Everything else is
Can you go back to that? Only the beginning year?
just zero. Year zero was a little bit more than the 5%.
Well, from last year.
Correct.
In the teacher salary, what I tried to do was keep each step has, let's see if I get it right, I think it's 1.2% between each step. So I tried to keep the 1.2% step between 0 and 1 also.
So everyone is the same increment, roughly?
Except for,
roughly, yeah.
probably
Year 30.
probably when you go from, no, I think we finally got it to where every step is the same.
So we need you all to approve these, and you may want to do that pending any different information from the state. Yes.
Can we discuss at some point the letter that was sent in from our bus drivers? Is this an appropriate time to do that, or?
You probably want to do that.
Can I ask one thing about this before we?
Sure.
I'd like to address
Yeah.
that as well. Something I wonder when we say we're competitive and we pay more, where? Beginning or end? One thing that bothers me about that, that's always bothered me, is there's only a $20,000 difference between the beginning and 30 years of experience. And to me, that's a really small window of raises. I know they get 5% here, 2% there, whatever, but our scale, I'm okay with this. I'm just curious. I'd like to understand.
We did a survey from Region 7 with 0, 5, 10, 15, 20 years, and we were at least first or second in each one of those in Region 7. Now it's a little
So
different.
you did it with the whole.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we
okay.
did. Not with this one now. That was that
That was
last year's? Yes.
Yeah. Which
So
this
we're-
one is an improvement on
Yes.
that.
Well, there's a lot of school divisions that aren't giving raises.
Not all school divisions have approved.
Like I don't think Pulaski's giving a
Just
raise
for
either.
clarification, I think we've discussed it before, when we say we're competitive or we're becoming more competitive, within our area, this is gonna put us in top pay.
For Region 7.
Clearly.
For Region 6.
Yeah, there's always gonna be somebody who's gonna be
Salem
more,
is
but in
a whole lot more
in
competitive.
our region, we're gonna be,
We're very competitive in our region. But
again,
with
equating to,
Yes.
we offer more than anyone else in our region.
in our region, we do. And now if you compare it with like Salem City,
Sure.
we're still pretty far behind them.
Sure.
Yeah, keep in mind, Montgomery County's not in there.
Yeah, we're
Exactly.
Gotcha.
I mean,
But we are
it's-
competitive with some division, some Region 6
Yeah.
schools too, like Montgomery.
I mean, we always have to be aware of those. I mean, when we go on sporting events or competitions, whatever, you see someone rolling in a custom, bus, and they have the tractor trailer pulling their gear behind them. It's nice, but they're substantially larger than we are. We have to be aware of that. But I'm just, again, I want to clarify the verbiage to make sure that, I'm understanding properly.
I'm so bothered by someone with a master's degree starting at $49,000. There's nothing we can do about that, but
There's a big push at the state level, and the new superintendent seems, we actually meet with her next Friday to talk about teacher salaries and accreditation information, which is, I'm glad she's actually coming to the meeting and acting, which we didn't see from the last, never see the last state superintendent at a meeting.
Push for teachers with masters? Is that what you're saying?
A push for everybody, a push to increase the salaries of
Teacher
teachers.
salaries.
Yes.
Oh, the salaries,
Yes.
okay. I thought you meant the degree, okay.
No.
Okay.
So going back to the letter from our bus drivers, I think we need to, take a serious look at that. We've got, we depend on these bus drivers in such a major way, and making sure that they're fairly paid for the time that they give to our schools and our students.
How do we arrive at, assuming that's correct, I don't know that, but how do we arrive at paying them for driving time, but paying them for waiting time, if you will, less or half that rate? What's the
That's
what's
how
the
it's been in the
rationale?
past. And that's how, and I think I'm correct in saying this, that Montgomery just changed that. I think Pulaski did too.
I think it's been something that's been in practice among a lot of school systems. So I'm assuming that it's been that way as long as I can remember.
That it's a difference.
It is. It is almost twice what, it's just currently just above minimum wage.
So why don't we put it on the table to change it and pay them an hourly rate? I know there are budget impacts.
It's a big budget impact too, because we have a lot of field trips. I mean, we have a lot, and we can look at it. I mean, we can certainly look at it.
Okay,
but
so
it's
falling short of voting, can we
Yes.
understand what that would look like if we
Yeah.
made it
We can
an
do
hour,
that,
a straight hourly rate while they're gone?
We can look at that.
Okay,
You mean to make it the same rate that they get driving a bus,
yes,
correct?
that's what I mean.
Okay.
I don't,
From when they leave here till they get back, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
I don't understand I don't understand.
They're still on duty, even if
Yeah.
they're not driving. They're still not at home. They're not working another job. They're
This is for field trips only.
Agree, yeah,
Yeah.
I understand.
yeah.
I just wanna make sure that they don't have downtime doing their regular routes.
True.
No, just field trips. And
Would that include
just because it's always
Yeah.
been.
Yeah.
I think
Would that
would
include
be
Buses
good.
for
sporting
athletes.
It
events
does.
and
Anytime they drive for the
band
school.
and
Yeah.
all of that
Yes.
stuff? So anytime we are using the buses and the drivers for school student events.
Day trips. I know overnight trips are something different.
Yeah,
So
we don't.
I know there's a distinction.
There's a certain time that we
between-
pay up to for an overnight trip.
Okay.
But to take a look at all of those numbers and see if there's any way that we can better support them and be able to keep them. That would be great. All right, is there any more discussion about the salary scales? before
I'm just
we-
curious, I mean, Carrie, I guess it's gonna be more directed at you. Is this impacting our initial budget we had? Because I think we planned on 5% initially. Are we going beyond that budget with this program? Okay.
This is the 5% based off of what you all approved in the budget.
I just want to make sure we stay within that finite pool of funding that we have available that we can count on. Thank you. That's all I had.
Okay. So do I have a motion to approve the 23-24 salary scales pending any change from the state budget?
Make a motion that we approve the salary scales pending budget changes.
Okay. A motion? Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
All right, and then we've got the 23-24 school calendar and bell schedules. Is there any more questions that need to be answered before we move forward with that? Okay, none heard. Do I have a motion to approve the 23-24 school calendar and bell schedules pending, I guess, discussion with the high school staff or an intermediate school staff about either a late start or a early release?
We have to approve a certain option.
Option one.
Yes, we do.
And I will consult with Jeff Smith.
Okay. Okay.
So that would be option one.
So, under option one, do we have a motion to move forward with option one?
I'll make a motion that we move forward with bell schedule option one, pending Miss Denny's research and findings about with the high school.
Okay, I have a motion for option one for the bell schedule. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you all.
Thank you all, and thank you all for your work on this. All right, closed session.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Ray?
I make a motion that we go into closed session under Virginia statute 2.2-3711. A, public bodies may hold closed meetings only for the following purposes. Purpose 1, discussion, consideration, or interviews of prospective candidates for employment, assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salaries, disciplining, or resignation of specific public officers, appointees, or employees of any public body.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Is that it? That's it. All right, folks, we're in closed. Thank you all so much for coming. All right, I need a motion to convene in regular session.
Make a motion that we reconvene in regular session.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Need to certify our closed meeting, please.
I make a motion that we certify the closed meeting for reason number 1, discussion, consideration, or interviews of prospective candidates for employment, assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salaries, and other personnel issues.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. All right, personnel matters. I need a motion to approve personnel matter 1.0.
Yes, ma'am.
Make a motion that we approve personnel.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
Sounds like a tornado.
I know. Is my volume really
I
loud?
don't know what the problem is, right?
I'll
I
hold
played
my
it
mic a
while
little
y'all was
further.
in there and I couldn't get it to do it. Now you come back and it's doing it.
My mic is really loud. Hold
Yeah,
it a little further away.
Mine is too.
Do I have a motion to approve student matters 1.0?
Oh, there's just tuition.
Just kidding.
Yeah.
Moving on to tuition students. Do I have a motion to approve tuition student report 1.0?
Make a motion. Go ahead. You go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Make a motion, we approve tuition.
I forgot what I was
All right,
going to
I have a
say.
motion. Do I have a second for tuition students?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We don't have anything else. Our next regular board meeting is on June 13th, 2023 at 6 p.m. I just realized I will not be here.
Oh, you're on vacation.
I'm on vacation.